You're gonna light us on fire and expect nothing to happen like it doesn't matter. That's not the way this works. You can't just lift the ones we love away from us like it doesn't matter. 'Cause then we get angry and everyone you know is going to feel it. And we will find a way to take the stairs to up above. And we won't talk of love, we're gonna get violent. We're gonna fight gods, we're gonna fight gods, and we're gonna win. We will get our vengeance in the end.
Hey! Catastros, good morning. Dylan, welcome. Hello, hello. Catastros, I remain in a state of undeath. But I am audible and functioning. I can give you that much. Wolfcrad, what, old friends? Wolfgrad, if it's not in Trombone Hero, until someone's ready to do an Earth, Wind and Fire cover in Trombone Hero, I'm sorry. I mean, Catastros, learning's for nerds. Anyway, how you all doing? Alright, settle in, friends. Get a brew on. We're going to be spending an inordinate amount of time and cash on some proper good indie games today. It is an extremely sponsored stream. And actually, Dylan, who's chilling and illing in chat here, is the... God, I almost said the Trigger Man. That makes it sound very sinister. Yeah. Today's Make It Rain on Indies is entirely being sponsored by... I'm sure I'm saying it correctly. Red Nexus Games, the creators of Peglin. And Dylan was the person who made that happen. So feckin' yo. J-Post, Eraman, Exo, Watto! Megaboss, good morning, Watto, friends, hello! Come on in. So I got a few recommendations. I got a bit of a lineup from...
Stop that incessant clicking.
You know what? Should have feckin' known. Whichever of you mysterious Mother Hubbards managed to get Dylan already, that's feckin' cool of you. And Caffeine, from the other room, hello. Honest Rogue, good morning, Watto friends. Durry Quill, greetings. Though, friends, apologies if I do a little bit of drifty potato. I need to put the word out a little bit more than I've done. I had feckin' 2 tweets kind of go semi-viral whilst I'm trying to yell about indie games. All I did was I posted nasty after a Trombone Hero tweet. And apparently that's all it took. Yeah, that was it. Well, Megaboss, so you weren't here for the last one, so this is slightly different than my usual, like, play indie games. Today, thanks to Red Nexus Games, we have been given a big, fat, chunky budget just to go and spend on people's itch.io games. So, we're going to be trundling around, we're going to try and find 20 titles, 20 titles, $20 each. And we are going to be making sure they are like as indie as we can find. So, a game that is already successful on Steam or Game Pass or the Epic Indie Store or what have you. Epic Indie Store? Did I just will something into existence? Oh god. We need some more of this. Yeah, and Megaboss, we do sadly have to keep them within the purview of Twitch T's and C's. Unfortunately, I don't make the rules. Mr. Twitch does. Kimball, Watto friend. Hello, hello. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. So I put a call out on Twitter, but at the same time, everything fucking exploded. I mean, okay, not all of the explosions on Twitter have been bad. Like, honestly, seeing all the work in progress stuff that's been coming out since the world's worst take has been really good. Though it does remind me of the thing I read, when was it, last week? Game devs, I mean, trying to get game devs to share work in progress shots or footage from early builds is like pulling teeth.
Sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What holy it? Living it up from my coming raise money Viking 64 Fender Viking 64 Fender Viking 64 Fender.
Yo! Martin, thank you for, Jesus, 48 months. 38 months, sorry, I'm time traveling again. No, next month's 44! How is it? I can't remember what day of the week it is, but I can remember that. Yeah, Wolfgrad, it was hard to spend all the money last time when we did the dice roll. It was Dylan's idea to do the flat fee. Yeah, so, sorry, last time we did this itch.io spending spree, we had a much smaller budget. So what we did is we rolled dice. I think we rolled like, what was it, like a D12 or something? And that was what we spent cash on. So it kept it kind of chaotic, but fair. Dylan's like, nah, 20 bucks on each of them. Bam. But yeah. It was very interesting that it is incredibly difficult to get devs to share early work stuff. I know this. Like, unless you can physically force them, they will not share early work. That's fine, create a process. But all it took was one dweebus making the dumbest of worst takes. Everyone's like, blah! Here's all our early stuff. Like, it would be grand if we could share this. And I know why people don't want to do it. What they want is that first image to be as close to the final game as possible. Plus, games change so drastically visually throughout their lifetime. Oh yeah, sorry, if you're wondering what the hot take was, the big leak of GTA 6 was kind of the news over the end of last week, this week. I have complicated feelings on it, but one person just running their mouth, they said that, was it like, art is the first thing to get done in video games. So yeah, this is probably what it's going to look like at launch, and for some reason that was the take that just set the entire industry to nah. And so we got first playable build footage of Sea of Thieves and Imperios! A playable build of Imperios! Come on in, friends, coming in! A stammering gamer, Watto? I'm doing better. It was a little bit dystopian this morning, but I went and got people coffee. Like an extravagance, yes, but I think it was mentally needed, you know? Imperio's kicking the door in, screaming, "Sup, nerds? You can play with this build." I guess that's the game dev equivalent of these nuts. Oh yeah, Wolfgrad, you're entirely correct. The first thing that's done is always the voice acting. Always. Or both of these. Now, sorry, Watto, we do have a sponsored stream. Alright, let me quickly tell you what we're going to be doing today. Because obviously we've got Wafflemancy. I didn't get to chat with your lovely selves yesterday, so I do want to catch up. Red Nexus Games have given us a whopping budget just to spend on itch.io indie games. So we're going to be picking 20 games on itch.io, spending $20 on each of them. That's our day. We're just going to go make some people's days. Can't be any games that are already big and successful on other platforms. And unfortunately, it can only be games that stay within Mr. Twitch's TOS. So, Aperio says, can we replace the BAFTA with the BOFA? Ah! But what would the statue look like, Aperios? What would instead of the iconic BAFTA mask, what would you put? But yeah, no, okay, so the thing with the GTA 6 League is such a complicated swath of feelings. I'm so glad that people have shared whips, and I guess, like, long after a title is already sold and successful, it's fine. But, like, as anyone who's ever looked at a Steam review knows, users aren't right. You can tell them, hey, this is early right here, don't worry about it, this is not what the game is, and they'll go, yeah, no, they get to early game, no, I completely hear you, I completely understand, this game looks shit and bad, this game is terrible and bad, don't buy it, thumbs down, 200 hours. And I think that's where a lot of the people sharing their whips and stuff has come from, is because of, like, conversations like that. Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh yeah, Alnus, it's a dog looking up. Love it. But also, like, also, it couldn't have happened to a nicer man. Like, I was on the Salt podcast on Monday, and the same topic came up, and what I said was, like, you know, this is the same company that grind their staff into a fine powder with crunch. And they just keep getting away with it because they're Grand Theft Auto. They're the biggest entity in gaming. I mean, aside from, okay, PUBG Mobile and stuff like that, but at least in English language territories, GTA is one of the biggest franchises. No one wants to dunk on them because Take-Two and...
Chaos blazing down.
Chaos blazes down from above. 420 blazing. Megaboss, seriously, thank you. But, oh, Natrix, Watto, coming in. Just getting set up and having a natter. Where was I?
Make money, make sponsored money.
Well, I should say that while this is officially a sponsored stream, the money that Dylan has put forward, the money that Red Nexus Games is putting into today's adventure is just for streaming. So, we're like, the Longship is not taking a cut of this. We're just the loud facilitator. Carl, thank you for follow. So what's happening with today, we have been given a chunky budget. We will be spending all of it on itch.io games. Keep it indie, keep it weird, keep it TOS safe. And we're going to be going from there.
Sarah's Sam is Sarah's business just purchased a
Sarah's
Serious
Sam.
Sam bundle
There's a
for
Serious Sam bundle?
£17.31.
See, this is why we have to have Waffle Man see at the beginning of the day, because there's so much to talk about, and everything happens all at once. Oh shit, yeah. So it's $20 for 17 games? Fucking yo.
I heard Chaos mention.
Ah! Were you summoned, Ehrman? Did you feel summoned? But no, seriously, Ehrman. Thank you kindly. Like, that's $10 to keeping this household going. Thank you. Even though I was fucking disaster yesterday. Okay. Nobody shits on GTA because it's massive. Journos won't write hit pieces unless they are airtight. And even then, like, they're always a lot more careful around. Because Rockstar and Take-Two have, well, I guess 2K as well. They have the most ironclad blacklists. It is known. And the thing is, anyone who's worked in a British game studio has had to deal with people who've survived Rockstar North. I mean, maybe it's better now, but like, throughout my entire career, there has always been one or two people with that 1,000-yard stare, like, you know, like they saw Helm's Deep firsthand. And I don't know. They make so much money, specifically selling shark cards. Because, Fred...
Actually, more inclined to up the last donation because you're proper self-kick.
Well, it was... Aramin, thank you. Alright. But we'll focus on the, Sorry, Aramin, that is another $10 to keeping this household alive. Thank you.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Oh shit,
our four
Dylan!
reptilian heroes, have
Beckett,
overcome our
yo!
villain Shredder.
Oh, alright, that was 10 to the crowd, Dylan. Thank you. So you managed to hit Blargle Rage Quit, still one of the best names. Midnight Skies, Angel Kalina, which I always read as Angle Kalina. AR, Jester, Link of Origin, Little Memento Mori, Lady Talon, Pigeon Gaming Official, the #1 Twitch resources for pigeons who play video games, and Net Battler.
Choo choo hangover Viking.
Thank you, Catastros. And Vanderbeest, trying to keep the pint glass filled. Also, if any of you wanted to get off the train at stations 1 or 2, feck your couch. Boof!
Seriously, speaking from experience, crunch is the kind of thing that'll give a person PTSD for some years afterward.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like, yeah, joking aside, it's feckin' brutal. It's feckin' brutal. And one of the things that GI.biz put up today is that, where was it?
Making a train.
Wolfred, thank you. The biggest game, at least according to... Who's this data from? So there's GSD digital data. I want to make sure I'm quoting the right agency.
On a lighter note, Mad Cat or Timberwolf?
Ooh. I mean, Favor 6, it really speaks volumes to... It really speaks volumes to which side of the clan wars you fall on. And thank you for the 200. When I was a kid, because the visuals were so different in MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries and MechWarrior 3, I genuinely thought the Mad Cat and Timberwolf were two different designs. That the
Just
Mad
in
Cat
time
was the
to ride
upgraded
that
version.
train.
Yeah, just in time. Hop on board, Bacon. Hop on board. Well, so Martin, the first thing you do when making a video game is obviously you sit down and write a gigantic script that will contain everything in the game ever, and then you throw out all the things that players like just because you're mean. Vanderbeest, Beckett Yo.
Call go for 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 call go for.
Thank you all. Sorry, this is me trying to do multi-track Drifty Potato. Seriously, friends. Thank you. The only thing that I wanted to say was that in the European charts, which includes physical and digital, according to GI.biz, Grand Theft Auto 5 was the most successful game in Europe in August this year. GTA 5. Like, I wonder where they're making that money from. Oh, selling feckin' kids shark cards. Allegedly. As someone who has worked video games retail, I know who the target demographic of GTA is. And it's not people who should be playing GTA. Alright, alright. Hyperion says, first I call in the person who makes most of the work. The ideas guy, myself, and then I make the graphics. That's what all you plebs are doing. Just hit the make game button after that. God. Friends, I'm so happy we're going to spend today like looking at proper indie titles. Although, the thing that's been cracking me up all morning, and honestly, I was ready to go at the crack of noon, and I had to wait until I stopped laughing. Because I just... And you know what? I'll wait till once the train is concluded before I share that one with you, because... Oh... It's so good. And Thraim, Watto friend, hello, hello. Okay. Hang on, let me pause this off. Seriously, all of you, thank you kindly. Like, we've only just kicked off and you lot kind of feckin' level 3 train like it's just like that. Like it's no big deal. Like, all keeps us feckin' going. Feckin' lovely Mother Hubbards, alright? Just wanted to say a proper thank you. Because, and I did need to pause the music for this because, so when was it? Yesterday, EA and Marvel announced they're going to be making an Iron Man game. Alright, AAA studio makes billion-dollar IP video game, whatever, it'll probably be bland as all hell. And there was a lot of takes coming out of that. Because, you know, EA had already published an Iron Man style game that had tanked. But now they're setting up, was it EA Motive are being tasked with making it. And there's a lot of speak about how they want to make single player games again and how they really want to give their developers freedom. They keep saying this throughout it. It's about giving developers freedom. Now, I don't know about you, but having to work on a property owned by the mouse does not speak to me of developer freedom. Shh. Alright, I gotta set up the bit. I do not think that many people would choose to be part of a 1,000-person AAA team given air quotes freedom. Because we know what it is that people wish to make with that freedom. And it's Trombone Hero. Game development! I almost missed the start of the stream because I couldn't stop laughing. You nasty. We ever do like a GDC wrestling league? I want this to be my intro music. Stammering's like, nope, I'm out. Honest Rogue says people described it as the Dark Souls of rhythm games. It's beautiful! Yeah, video games are peaked. Actual tears? Oh. Okay. Now, okay, joking aside, that game is genuinely brilliant because it mastered the one thing that rhythm games always struggled with, which is the joy of failure.
Give us key through man 2, you cowards.
J Post, thank you for the bits. But no, it's brilliant because it's funniest when you're failing, and it feels good when you succeed. Whereas most rhythm games, it feels bad to fail, and that's what pushes you to become better, right? And I'm so happy to see that taking over. And it's so bizarre to see this big corporate doublespeak talking about creativity and freedom when making a AAA video game based on a property owned by the mouse. Like, let us remember, like, Iron Man's not small. That little mechanical Mother Hubbard makes makes stupid cash monies. Oh. Anyway, I just really wanted to share that with you.
Good news, I just got 80k me points.
So Thrame, when you say good news for whom? Oh. Okay. So, friendos, today we put money on cool, weird, interesting devs. We are doing this. It is happening. So, once again, we will be focusing on games that are not available on, or at least haven't been wildly successful on other platforms. I put a request out to some friend and he told me Backpack Hero. And I don't know if he could feel me looking at him across the internet. I was like, you know that's done really well. That's not a small... Okay. Yeah, Dylan, we've got to do it. We've got to find the next trombone champ. Thrame, I mean... Okay. We'll get to Blight of the Immortal. You know what? What's tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's no place for bravery. All right, tomorrow is definitely going to be when we look at kicking off Blight of the Immortals again. I was about to say, because I showed you when we set up. That's how I've been playing Blight of the Immortals as on my phone. Even if I do accidentally keep tapping out of it, right? Okay. So friendos, I just need to put out some more calls to action. What? Sorry, if you've got a link for it. Honest Rogue was saying there's a little hidden gem bullet hell game with 100% positive reviews on Steam. I mean, I'm always intrigued. I do like those video games. Though the Last Stand Aftermath is probably going to kick my ass. I did try playing a fascinating game last night called The Veil, which I really, really recommend, but... Okay, but Caffeine, that's already an award-winning game on Steam. Okay. Okay, see, there we go. Alright, Asari. You get a dinosaur sticker and 5 points to your house. Asari has put forward the first of today's stream's recommendations. It's an FMV game of Can You Pet the Dog? Look at this game. Look at this. Look at this. This is glorious. I don't think I will have to fight to make a case for petting this dog. With now added cat petting for version 2. Alright, I will. So we'll kick off the spree in about half an hour. I want to put a call out. I want to put a call out to a few game dev communities. See if there's anybody who has some titles that we can at least look at or show off. Like, as I was saying, when we did this last time, I ended up drowning in recommendations for HIO games, which was great. Problem is, this time I've got like 3 tweets that have all gone semi-viral. People are still just messaging me the words missed. Plus the nasty, and there was a joke post about the early version of Control, and I was just commenting on how even that early on in development, the flying animation for the main character in Control was spot on. Although what's interesting is if you look at the early builds, it looks like initially they'd gone for the idea of you were going to play just one of the people working there rather than someone coming in. And so I definitely prefer the angle they went with. Alright, so, sorry. Hold fire on recommendations. But,
I can see the truth in your eyes as you're telling me lies.
because we got a lot to get through.
Like you know that you'll hold my hand again. 'Cause you don't know you will. But I know how you feel. And I don't know if
I gotta fire up a few more flares, see how many more friendos that we can bring on in.
And there's a lightning strike across the pitch black night. I wanna hold you close.
Okay. So, how have you all been, friends? I realise I haven't seen you all since Saturday, and yesterday was a... We'll just call it what it was, a disaster. So what has been going on with your lovely selves? Tell me your tales. Despite all the noise around games industry stuff, there hasn't been too much like big noise. Some YouTube guy accidentally revealed himself to be the person leaking everything that was coming out of Ubisoft. All right. I'll be curious to see whether he gets smacked by lawyers or not. And Prolo, I'm sorry to hear that, friend. All I can offer is a bit of banter and a distraction. I'm not clicking any tiny URLs. Like, nice try, stammering. Nice try. Alright, go get yourself a cup of tea and stuff, friends. Let's get set up. Okay. Tippity tappity, let's make this happen. Imperios, not a ruddy chance. Not a ruddy chance. Sorry, friends. Imperio sent me a shark-handed person in the wee hours of last night, and I'm just like, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Out of all the things you could be, you chose chaos. All right. So what are you telling me, Imperios, that you're basically going to go for some kind of shark avatar for your future stylings? I will just choose to assume, Salem, that is a shark card. Alright. So that's put out there. That's tied to annoy a few people. And hello, Kryoku. Watto and welcome, friend. Sorry, I'm just tippity-tappitying, trying to summon up a few more indie dev friends. How is your day going? Oh, sorry. Okay, well, Kryoku, let me know what they say and let me know if there's anything else we can do to help. We're charging into more Galahad this Saturday. Also, the irony, the thing that we were going to do that changed so we could have another Galahad day on Saturday was Dark Souls 3, and the servers for that are down again after a year. So, which I find hilarious. But yes, today we are going to be spending an inordinate amount of money on itch.io indie games. Red Nexus Games have given us a whopping budget. So we're going to be giving 20 itch.io games, $20 a pop, and just generally showing off their gloriousness. This should be interesting. But yeah, it's going to be good being back in the office. I will admit that while I do not miss the commute, I definitely miss the camaraderie, you know? It's alright.
Jajamek with quad UAC 5. What is ammo storage?
Hey, Kroku, if you want to join us for Saturday, like, mech pilots have been annoyingly scarce on the ground, so I'd love to. I'd love to have you with me. I've been dreaming about getting my brawler back and running. You can give us the inside edge. Also, friends, not to Not to condense too much info on all of your lovely selves, but we will have a buttload of Galahad keys to give away on Saturday. So if you want to join us, you're going to be able to. Yeah, we've got a cracking week this week. We've got today's sponsored stream where we make a lot of people's day. Tomorrow is No Place for Bravery, one of my absolute indie bangers from PAX, and possibly one of the best like 2D combat systems I've played in a while. Friday is Sea of Thieves, of course, and then Saturday is another Mechapalooza. Slightly Madman, I wholeheartedly agree. Now, we've spoken to a lot of people who have released games on itch, and they say that it's a difficult place to make a living. Like, it's not somewhere that you can kind of have the same repeat tale of business as you can on places like Steam and others. But it's definitely a great place to release and get a reaction from people. I'll still always recommend that people release a game on Steam. Now that the barrier to entry is so low, like, it teaches you a lot. The Cold Game Dev was saying it's rough to make money, but it's cool for game jams, where all this gets posted. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, in the future of Cult Dev, like, you can always put a wrapper around it, bundle all those jams together. Well, good luck, Mega Boss. Good luck. See you, Cold Game Dev. I got you. I got you. Okie dokie Lokies. So we've got a little bit more time before we start jumping into the recommendations and the buy-ins.
I think he's gonna choke when he steps up to the plate.
Okay. So yeah, if any of you want to get a cup of tea, we'll say 15 minutes we'll get started, right? Averick, we've actually been light on the ground. I had a few recommendations from the indie thread. Close there. And Asari threw in a banger, which was Pet the Dog? Question mark. Though I do feel kind of like Professor Will when it comes to this, as like the Rolling Knights twice. I do kind of feel like the games industry dad when we do this, because it's like, all right, did you all read the assignment? It can't be a game that's already massive on Steam, and I have to be able to physically give them money. So, like, yeah, so we'll start getting into it in a second. And jumping back. So, Cult Game Dev, I was involved with one of the DreadX collections, and I genuinely think that kind of like minigame collection style is a great way to go about it. Like game jam sized products that you then kind of like bounce together.
And Dustin Pedroia or Pedroia, I'm not sure, but he's number 15. He's up right now, and let's see what happens when the person pitching starts off the inning. And that happened.
Aperios, why you like this? Aperios just sent me a link to an itch.io title which is free to play in browser called Chainsaw Dong. Two people with chainsaws for genitals battle in an arena. We can't give them money! Okay, you know what? Trial by Viking is a legitimate entry into this nonsense. Alright. Well, so Immortal then, it's gotta be X or above. So pay what you want and or pay X and more. So like, Stammering Gamer just put in Trial by Viking, which is $14 or more. We did have this problem last time we did the itch.io spending spree, as a larger portion of the titles were ones we couldn't spend on. Alright, so friends, you got 14 minutes before we kick off proper. So let's get caffeinated, let's get hydrated. So, whilst we're chilling and illing and people are getting their recommendations together, yeah, I hope you've all been doing well. As I was saying, the Nuggets cry for salad! Yesterday was meant to be Salt 2, which is a single-player survival pirate title, the sequel to Salt, which dropped. It's fascinating and gorgeous. It does need a little bit more time to bake, but I had a trundle around on it yesterday, so if you need more Sea of Thieves but don't want to deal with people, have a look into this, because it looks gorgeous. It is a procedurally generated pirate. Yes. Again, it's very early on in development. There's only one size of sloop available to build, but alright, hold fire on your recommendations, friends. And, alright, these are your requirements. The game has to be purchasable. I have to be able to buy it. So ideally you're looking for titles that have pay what you want, or have X amount and higher available as payment options. Again, they cannot be games that are already big or massive on other platforms. Alright? These are your requirements. So have a look, hold fire, because we'll be getting started. Stammering, the reason why we don't do a Google Doc and have people just drop recommendations is because then one person will put 50, of which 48 of them will not make the requirements. Games with free with a Ko-Fi page will not be viable. We have to be able to spend the money through itch. And I will heckle you if you post things that do not work, because I'm allowed to. Who am I kidding? I'm not going to heckle. That's that's a front. The Chaos Merchants. The lot of yous! The lot of yous!
Of our own creation.
Yeah, Alnus. And it's also, you know, for people who have actually gone to the trouble of setting this up and bringing it together, like, I want to reward that, you know? And who knows, like, maybe one of the things that we find is something genuinely special.
It's just too much.
So, Immortal Led. Start posting. We'll be getting into it in just a second. So let's have a look. Okay, 3 hours or... Okay, $4 or more. Alright. Actually, you know what? The Hero Hours contract does look good, so I'm going to lock that in. It's alright. It's alright.
Players don't say no. Every game now has its racing for the day's incineration. Will this virus keep erasing our brightest?
Okay.
Someone said the resurrection would mean that the dead would come back hungry.
You're all keen. You're all you're excited. You're enthused. I like it. Got this. We've got 10 minutes till kickoff proper. And I guess the chaos wrangling is my specialty. Okay. Yeah, now's the time to pop the kettle on, I tell thee, friends. I tell thee!
For all our friends we've lost on the way to claim a base.
The other thing is that we have to go through this all manually. So, because sadly, there's no like add to cart function on itch.io. So it's gonna be a process. It's gonna be a process today, friends. Should be rowdy. Yeah, I think I've got all the Twitter recommendations in there. Okay. Neo Shadow, Watto friends, coming in. We're about to throw some cash at some cool indies, so we've got about, so like 8 or 10 minutes before we start shopping. But yeah, so friends, while we're chilling and illing, if you want a fascinating game, last night I had a crack at a game called The Veil, which is a completely audio-driven RPG. You play the blind daughter of a great fantasy king who has been shipped off to a farmstead after your able-bodied brother takes over in succession to the throne. And it is fascinating, because the whole thing is played completely with audio. And I've tried a few experiences like that, and this is the first one that seems to have really worked. Because I tried it was like Blind Drive or Death Drive or something like that, and that was just monstrously obnoxious. That was when you're blindfolded in a car and you have to drive full tilt while avoiding vehicles by listening for them, which seemed really good, but it was just a one gimmick, no premise. I was intrigued because I thought maybe that particular title was going to be kind of like a little bit Soul, get people thinking like outside of their standard box. But no, it was just a dodge left, dodge right, infinite runner of sorts. Well, not infinite runner, but you know what I mean. And I did install Train Sim World 2 in case I go fully unhinged and decides to just drag you all through my what used to be my morning commute. Yeah, Dory, it absolutely does hold up. Also, I mean, it completely understands. Okay, you know what? I can't speak for that. Sorry, I can't speak for that. But it is a game that you can play in its entirety without sight, without looking at it, which I really, really appreciate conceptually. Because I've seen a lot of discussion back and forth about accessibility recently, and more accessibility in games is always good, but I get a bit grumbly when it's considered that everyone should just do what Last of Us did. Again, knowing that Naughty Dog absolutely crunched hard, and that a lot of their accessibility solutions were very, very resource intensive to implement. So one of the things we've been playing at the moment is a game called Hyper Demons, which is the sequel to Devil Daggers. Now, this game is not for everybody. This isn't like Neon White. It is acid-soaked. It is intense in a way that I haven't seen from an arena-style shooter in quite some time. But one of the things that's fascinating about Hyper Demon is that it's removed the need for audio cues, which used to be a big part of Devil Daggers. You can play Hyper Demon with the sound off, and everything is understandable, in as much as anything is in that game. So the idea is, instead of having to listen for audio cues when things are behind you, which is a big part of Devil Daggers, anything behind you will appear as these red shadows, so you can know how close things are if you have to react to them. And anyone who isn't, people who cannot hear those audio cues or have problem doing so, they now get the same information. However, everything visually about Hyper Demons is an assault to your senses, so I'm not putting it forward as a grand bastion of accessibility, because it's a whole thing. Sorry, the point that I'm making overall is that I want to see smart, low-cost solutions for accessibility heralded over, we crunched a AAA team into a fine powder. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Prolo, thank you for checking with him. And Jackie, Watto friend, hello, hello. Robin, what I like to think is Hyper Demon's what happened when you get pulled in to the, I always want to call it Polybus, to the infamous cabinet that doesn't exist. God, too many good games. Too many good games. It's a great place to be. And again, I would have, you know what, I don't know if I would have preferred knowing when Hyper Demon was coming out or not. Oh yeah, Catastros. I don't know if I woke up and chose violence, but, what's the line from Constantine? Can't sit on the bench if you're not ready to play. I'll make you all do the feckin' London to Brighton train. I'll do it. Have you heard about this game called Noita? Very indie, very indie. Catastrophe, joke's on you. I'll be asleep by then. No, I mean, considering how much money the Train Simulator series makes, it is something that we should, discuss. Okay. So, before we get started on our proper itch.io spendy spree, I've added all the Twitter recommendations. I want to say... Hang on, actually, let me pause this. I just want to say a huge thank you to Dylan and to the people sponsoring this, which is Red Nexus Games. For those who don't know, that's the team that made Peglin. And the way I choose to interpret this is because I was telling Dylan about the last time we did this, when I was running my mouth on Twitter and Poppyworks, Wolfgang basically yelled bet at me. And I choose to think of the day as like, you know, one person who has had a lot of success in the indie space being able to go and give that to a few other people. Maybe one of the games that we come across today ends up being a great big success, and we get to be the little spark that lights a fire. Actually, I need a better analogy because fire season is still here in Washington, and it is a smoky dystopia outside. But no, I think this is a really cool thing. I'm so fucking grateful that we get to be the facilitators of it. You know, we get to be the focusing crystals, but this is basically we're taking one person's success and we're sharing that around. That's real fucking cool, you know? Indie games are in this wonderful fucking golden age right now, and I fucking love it. Like, there's never been a better time. So, yo, like, Dylan, this is really fucking cool of you. Thank you for trusting us on this mission, alright? Alright. Yeah, pay it forward.
I guess now it's time.
Right. Let the party begin. So,
I feel it's time.
I will let you know when we need to start taking recommendations. So keep your tabs ready. Keep those engines warm. We have 20 slots, $20 a pop, to throw at varying itch.io indie games today. Considering how long it took us the last time we did this to find that many titles, we may be at this for a while, so I can't promise we'll be playing all of the games directly now. But we will have them, so there may come a time where we get to do Indie Palooza. Yeah. The rules are simple. Nothing that is already a massive success on other platforms. Like, they need to be able to accept money via itch. So that means either a download now, pay what you want, or a pay X or what you want as an option. Because I got to chuck cash through PayPal. Yeah, I think that's the long and short of it. Oh, and nothing that breaks Twitch TOS, please. Alright. So, thanks once again to Red Nexus Games for putting their money where their mouth is. Let's ride! Alright. On screen! God darn it. So I got recommended this one multiple times. This is Re-Rolling Nights. Hang on, let's pause the tunes because this one actually has a... close that and all. Because this one actually has a heckin' fancy browser-based flavor of nonsense. It's a 2D auto battler. With visuals based on Patapon. This is great. This is wonderful. I mean, how feckin' rad. Actually, you know what? We won't be here for that long. But there's nowhere to give them money. It's available on the Google Play Store, but sadly, our first recommendation has fallen at the "let us give you money" hurdle. Okay, next up, Shroom and Gloom. It's real hard not to love a game with a pun in the title. This does fit the criteria of download and name your own price, so we can give them money. And this is a first-person dungeon crawling deck builder. Okay. Well, I can see this one. I can see this one doing very well. So that's definitely meeting the criteria. I think this is one we're definitely going to be thrown in for. Have a look at this one. This is Deadwind. An open-world roguelike RPG adventure. Oh, see, I've always had a big weakness for the, like, classic Ultima-style RPGs. And this one is download and name your own price. Like, I know it's not a great game to watch, but Caves of Quad. Oh. Okay, that's on the lineup. That's on the lineup. And let's have a look at this one. Dorman Vangalia. Oh, looks right pretty. Oh, that looks right pretty. I think this is the one that Prolo was mentioning. Just a nice, gorgeous looking 2D platformer. Sadly, it does not hit our criteria because we can't give them money. And I believe that's what Prolo was discussing. But, yeah, that looks gorgeous. Electa Head. Wait, I think this one's available. Yeah, I think this one's available on Steam already, right? Yeah, so this one's available on Steam. So sadly, it doesn't fit our criteria in that regard. Oh god, that's a lot of characters. My poor eyes. Christ, this reminds me of being drunk in a dive bathroom. Okay, Immortal Lane. Arcade Spirits. Incredibly successful title. Like, think small. Think small. Yeah, this is a whole aesthetic. This is like... Yeah, this is what I imagine a punk dive bathroom would look like in a 90s video game. Unfortunately, this is not one we can give the money to. It does look interesting. Alright, Caffeine, Tanuki Sunset is available on Steam. Check your games. Both. It has 340 positive reviews. It is doing fine. But yeah, sadly with Deathlord Reloaded, as much as I'm in love with this aesthetic, we can't give them money. This was another one I got sent. Magic Pill 0.2. Alright. Alright. This looks like someone like learning to use Unity for the first time. I hope that this person continues to kick ass. Alright. Slice and Dice. I feel like I need to check Steam for this one because this looks very, very polished. So Robinson, Slice and Dice is quite good. They have it on their phone. Alright. How do we feel about mobile releases? Because on the one hand, like things like the Android store or the Google Play Store are massive, but the chance of being found in that space is small. Hey, Martin. Single devs can make polished-looking games. Alright, let's just check to make sure it's not a Steam one. Yeah, Slice and Dice. Is it the same one? No, it's a completely different title. What the heck? How many Slice and Dice games are there? This is... Friends, always Google your game names. Okay. Not seeing it, though. And Dustin, what ho, friends? So, Averick, what was the title? And Dustin, it's going real well. We've got 2 locked in so far. Shroom and Gloom and Dead Wind. We're now making a call on Slice and Dice. Okay, so Robin's saying that Slice and Dice has 6K reviews on the Google Play Store. Yeah, they're doing fine. Now, I'm going to take an executive Will's abusing his power and say that we will be picking up a copy of Pet the Dog FMV with version 2's cat petting added. Look at this. And I will say, yeah, we've got to give the doggos. I will say, there are some instances where the Steam, having a Steam release won't go against their favor. So example, like, you know, if someone's released it on Steam and it has one review that says, hi, I'm Tim's mum, please play Tim's game. Alright, you know what? That's viable. Shout out to Tim's mum. But yeah, we are petting this dog. Alright, continuing. So this was Tanuki Renku. Unfortunately, we can't buy it. Trial by Viking. Okay, so again, this is... The reason why I'm searching for this one is it's a $15 price point. Yeah. Okay, so this is a curious one. So Trial by Vikings is available on Steam. It seems to be a kind of pseudo Lost Viking style title. It has 9 reviews on Steam. And if we bring up the itch.io page, yeah, Robin, the game is $10 more expensive on itch, which I don't know how I feel about that. But 9 reviews, well, it's been out for a long time, like. You know what? We'll leave it, and we'll leave it in the runnings. We'll leave it in the runnings, and we can come on back to this one. All right. Okay. Now this was one that I believe Immortal Len threw in, and as soon as I saw the aesthetic, I was like, "Feck yes!" Right. Hero Hours Contract, as in a pun on 0 Hour Contract. Already, I'm in love. Magical girls are real, but the pay sucks. Join the Union of Magical Girls. They fight to protect the city from evildoers by day and fight to become unionized by night. Okay. If anyone has a better... Sorry, if anyone has a reason why this should not be in our lineup, I would be impressed to hear your logic. Take on brainwashed zombie hordes in tactical turn-based combat. Rad. Use your magical familiars. Your magical familiars give these powers. But do they expect you to fight for free, negotiate better pay or employment benefits based on your performance? Yeah, congratulations, Steve O'Gorman. I'm adding you to my follows. Alright. So we're at 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 5 with 1 on the wobbly. Alright. So let's have a look. Robin was suggesting Building 71. A downloadable game for Windows. Okay. I feel like I need to check with this one, because this one looks like it has a really interesting aesthetic. No, it's not available on Steam. Okay. And we don't have a horror title in the lineup yet, so I'm down to include it. Okay. Sorry, Robin was saying that it's a student game and has one of their favourite moments. Feckin' yo! Any complaints? Anything against? I think we can do this. Alright. Scrolling back up to see a few other recommendations. Let's have a look. Schnippers. A 4-player fire bullet bounce title. Schnippers with the schnipper riffles. So kind of like a multiplayer versus bouncy blockout title. Originally created for the 2014 Toronto Game Jam. Canadians? Here? My word. Wait, Averick, you worked on this?
Stop that incessant
That's fucking
clicking.
cool. And sorry. Thank you for gifting yourself to Averick. That's fucking cool of you. Aww. Fucking yo. Well then, Averick, we gotta keep it in the family, friend. We gotta keep it in the family. Because we gotta get them schnippers with the schnipper riffles. Fucking yo. Well, so, Robin, the game bundles don't count them as part of your itch library in a traditional sense. Because, yeah, so, and Averick, fucking cool of you. So Averick added this game to the the bundle for Race, Justice and Equality that launched 2 years ago, which was a huge success. But the way that those particular bundles work is that... Oh yeah, we're still doing good. So the way that those bundles work is that they're basically just like a big old web page with a gajillion downloadables on it, but they're not added to your itch.io library. At least so far as I understand it, so I can still purchase it. Yeah, so we can have a look at... Sorry, so friends, this is my current itch.io library from a bunch of ones that we picked up last time, with some brilliant ones. And then these are some of the games that I've earmarked here for future ones. And yes, this game is called That Really Boils My Piss. You ever get so frustrated you just want to scream? Me too! However, it's not generally very socially acceptable or effective, so I made this toy to work it out. Maybe that's going to be my recommendation for the day. I'm going to spend... Yeah, there we go. Because I highly doubt That Boils My Piss is available on Steam. Okay, I'm all in. Colour me intrigued. Colour me intrigued. Oh, wow.
What ho?
And Crux, what ho and welcome, friend. Check out this art style. So it's a reworking of the King in Yellow. And this is a Twine title, right? Sorry, Crux, where are my manners? Thank you for 15 months. And a tier 2, Viking Legend. So we're gonna boil some piss on Steam. Twine or Renplay. Okay. I could bring in some bangers here. And friends, if I've missed any of your recommendations, there was kind of like a swarm at one point. Vapor Trails. All right, let's have a look. I feel like I recognise these. Right, quick Steam check. No. Interesting. Drop. Sorry, now this is just turning into you'll watch me do research on video games. Oh, okay. I do like that bit at the end. This isn't going to be a phone game. Please don't ask me to port to mobile. I'm tired of explaining that porting a game to phone is hard. I can hear the weight in that one. Seems fascinating, and it does have a playable little demo. So feck it, why not? Let's abuse our powers a little bit, friends. Ooh. Alright, first boot's done. Looks our engine's compiled. Should be up in a sec. And that's right, every person who makes an Android is from Yorkshire. Not a lot of people know that. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Robin. They should really put this game on a phone. That's... It's interesting because they're using a little bit of traditional animation and a little bit of paper doll animation, like just enough that it... There's something about this. I can whee! That was bad. Let's try it again. Darn it! Ha ha! Steve's about to lose his sandwich. She's jumped the pool and is watching me eat. Hey, my sandwich! Rolling around at the Steve of Sound. I mean, this is really feckin' pretty, friends. I don't think any of you need me to explain why this is a good fit. Feckin' whee! Got a good solid brawling. At Wolfcrat, it's really smooth to play. Like, it's smart. Like, they're using just enough, like, paper doll styly animation and just enough, like, traditional pixel animation to make it feel really good. Yeah. And the floaty, bouncy jumps feel good. We're not the only androids about, including this guy who can dive and this jellyfish. The jellyfish is going to be a philosopher. Earl's saying that the color palette makes him think of like 2D Mirror's Edge. Yeah, it's got this light floatiness to it that feels right. Does that make a weird sense? Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. Okay. Oh. It's got a little bit more to it than the standard. Okay. Friends, I completely lost track of time, and I realised that I've been faffing about this, and I've been
Reactor
ignoring
online.
all of you
Sensors
lot.
online.
Yeah,
Weapons
this game's going
online.
on.
All systems nominal.
Yeah.
How goes the video game so far?
We are up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're on a wibbly wobbly about Trial by Vikings, but we're up to 9 titles out of our 20. So I reckon we'll hit 10, then we'll have a little break because I'm gonna need another cup of tea, and then we'll go from there. And the hunt is on. As I said, I've thrown in that really boils my piss. And these are a few of the other ones I've been kind of keeping a hawk eye on. Chicken Sword. Because I think a few of these were titles that didn't quite make it last time. And some of them are titles that I've been keeping an eye on that have ended up like becoming much bigger. So here's the OG test demo for Angerfoot that would go on to become well, that. Sorry, let's get some tunes going. See, like Earl's Day Off and stuff like that. one of these days I will stream Earl's Day Off because it's what if Sega Bass Fishing was a horror game? So Robin says, what's the high-end Steam reviews? For us, once it starts getting in the realms of like a ranked Steam review, I'd say it's off the table for today. So I think you have to get to 20. I'd have to look it up again, Robin. I think 20 is first rank. Oh, so sorry, friends, if you're wondering what I'm talking about. So you know how on Steam you have like positive, very positive, overwhelmingly positive. You can only reach those levels by number of reviews. So you can have a brand new game come out and have every review be positive, but if there's only 10 reviews that are all nice, it's just good. If you get 10,000 reviews that are all positive, you start getting into overwhelming. So yeah, Wolfcred, I think... Is it 10? Why did I remember it being 20? Oh, and Boss Driver, what ho friend, hello, hello. We're spending money on indie games! Red Nexus Games have given us a hunkin' chunkin' great big budget. So we're going to pick 20 indie games and we're going to spend $20 on each of them. So we're kind of making our shortlist at the moment. Shackle Draconis, just try and stop me. Ah. Yeah, Wolfcrad, we were talking about this with Lightsmith. There's got to be a certain amount. Also, Steam keys that you are given from outside the Steam platform don't count. Like, people can read your review, but they don't count whether or not it gets a positive or negative review. Oh, yeah. I mean, Bus Driver, you know that thing where you want to make a few changes? Just ones for, like, usability and ease of purchase. I'd love an add to cart. I really would. But also, any of those would add more barriers for the devs themselves. Like, I love that itch.io goes out of its way to stay weird and punky and strange. Wolfred says, this one looks cute and has a needlessly long title. Sippin' Hot Blickety Block. It is a claymation... Okay! It's a claymation version of Joust. And does it hit? $5 or more? It is available on Steam. So let's see how it's doing on Steam. Seven reviews. I wonder if we should just make no Steam as a hard rule. Alright, I'll leave it in the lineup, but it will get bumped for another title that's just on itch. Bus Driver, I don't know if you can gift it throughout itch. Oh, okay. Cult case files. Let's have a look. Okay. Let's just quickly do the Steam check. No, alright, passes the Steam check. Also, 69 people watching. Nice, 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 nice. Sorry, I'm legally obliged to acknowledge that. I will lose my Twitch channel if I don't. Okay. I've got to say, sorry, like, you're onto some fire here. Friends, look at this art style. It's like Neo Geo Pocket Horror. And I know we haven't done a stream of World of Horror. It is very difficult to watch, and it has like a lot of roguelike mechanics. This looks like it's more of a traditional setup, and it is name your own price. Friend, I'm a sucker for that Neo Geo Pocket aesthetic. It's one of my favorite consoles. Well, Immortal N, I don't know if you noticed, but on the control scheme, it lists the NES pad as a classic. Yeah, Bus Driver, I did that, and it was really weird, because the person at the front door just kept screaming, "Sir, you have to leave." It's weird. Please stop drawing on our desk, you weirdo. So they didn't know who I was. No one knows how cool we are. No one knows how cool we are. Alright, so whilst we're in a little bit of a lull. Alright, so let's have a look. Alright, what is this? Irori, just a travelling kitchen, a humble respite for travellers. That looks very different. Unfortunately, we can't pay the money. Man, I would... Okay, I'm not going to do what we did last time, where I spend the entire time whinging about how we can't give cool devs money, but sometimes, like, I'd quite happily run, like, a little, like, yakitori stand for a bunch of... Like, look at the characters! And you're on, like, a train or something? This is the cutest shit! So Dylan, with some of these, with the download, it has to say download and pay what you want. So like, for the last one, the occult case files is name your own price. Those are the ones I'm looking for, because sometimes the tips and donations go through other stuff. Hang on. I'm just going to play this Yakitori game for a bit. Like, if you wanna do some research. And Dario will have a look at that game in just a second, because that looks fascinating. But first, let's make some skills. How do can I full screen this? No, I broke it. Darn it, I broke it! So run game, Unity. Where's my little make it full screen? No, we're just on this little train. Oh, I love stuff like this. Just... Oh, a bit of shiitake mushroom. We'll do some mushroom and pork belly, I reckon. Oh, we only get 3 to, Alright, so we'll do a couple shrooms. Sorry, now I'm just down a little hole. Alright. Yeah. No! Look, it's still good. It's still good. I'll eat it. There used to be this yakitori place in Soho, and... God. Went there a bunch of times. It's very fond memories, you know. Those places where what you wanted to do was, like, actually, like, sit at the bar. Get them, like, cooking it live in front of you and just going through it. Oh, so good. And they did, just... This asparagus wrapped in bacon that I think about so much. Yeah, caffeine. Before Soho was cast in the void, when it was still a place that existed. Chess and Link, Watto. So Chess and Link, what we're doing today is something a little bit different. I mean, I'm basically just indulging myself right here. I'm playing this little game on itch where you basically just run like a little yakitori stand and on a train, just making food for people. Good times, good times. Nuggies, be nice. Our goal today is to find 20 itch.io indie games and give them all 20 bucks. Thanks to Red Nexus Games, we've been given a whopping great big budget just to spend on other people's... So firstly, I'm following them. Add this to collection. Future Sailors! Alright. I will spend the rest of the day just looking at that. Yeah, Dylan, I wholeheartedly agree. More games just idly taking place on a train. Just have it on a train. Like, sign me up for that. Alright, so... Wolfgrad's got Hannah. Let's have a look. This looks like the start of some serious creepypasta nonsense. Sorry for those of you doing battle with Nightbot. No, it's fine. Just let us know the name of the title. We can have a look at it. We're still keeping links to subs just to avoid... And yeah, the no Steam rule makes it tricky, but it stops successful games already winning, and it challenges us. Like that little yakitori game, I'm gonna play that of my own volition. Like, I'm gonna play that.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Hey, Dory Quill, it's fucking kind of you. I hope none of you in House Carl think that I do that just to be like, hey, hey, hey! But no, that's really cool of you, thank you. Yeah, see, like, the featured games are all bangers, but like Freedom Planet 2, we know that's doing gangbusters, and I'm pretty sure Atil? I'm pretty sure that's getting a Steam release. One Dreamer is definitely either out or coming out on Steam, I know that much for sure. Betrayal at Cuplow, like all of the not Edge City, god darn it. I watched the Cyberpunk anime over the weekend, melted my brain. Yeah, and like Faith and a Short Hike have done gangbusters. So Bus Driver, what was the game you were recommending? Where do I recognise Dead Pets Unleashed from? Oh, I've wishlisted this on Steam. Okay. I think this... I think we can do India. And we can be more indie. So Lost Flowers with tabletop RPGs. We'll have one slot for tabletop RPGs. I definitely want to focus on Vigigamery stuff, but I don't want to dismiss the tabletop sphere. Binary Solo says, want a turn-based RPG in Village Sim with Game Boy aesthetic. I'd say, shoot it up into my veins. Fuck yes, I want that. Actually, we met Daedric. Oh, okay, so Binary Solo, can you tell us the name of it? We keep links to subs just to avoid like scrapers and bots hitting us up. Caffeine, was that the thing that Binary tried to post? Alright, cool. Thank you, Caffeine. See, we got you. I'm gonna take Dead Pets Unleashed off because I already know enough about it to have wishlisted it on Steam. Wow. Well, Binary Solo Games, I would love to add this to our spending spree, so feck yeah. Also, for those of you who have just found our little corner of the internet, hello. One of the things doing the rounds today on Game Dev Twitter was a mentor meet and match that was charging like $800 a month for meet and match mentors with other games industry folks. And, well, yes, consultants and coaches are real in the industry. TLDR, hi, I'm Will. I was in the games industry for 10 years. Whether I am or am not is really a matter of perspective these days, but if I can ever help any of you lot with game devery and nonsense, last week I basically just set up my little stall and just helped anybody with any non-coding industry problems. I'm always happy to do that, so long as you don't mind talking about it on stream. I do zero cost consultancies for a few people, and if it ends up being a lot of work, then I start talking price. But if there's anything that I can help with, just let me know. Well, so Alnus, I have mixed opinions about those like meet to match thingies. Usually, paid meet to match things are designed to be industry setups, kind of like the GDC masterclasses. All right, so for those of you who don't know, like Pocket Gamer Connects and places like that will have these meet to match setups when you buy your ticket, and where basically, if you're looking for work in a certain field, recruiters or people looking to hire you can basically book you in like speed dating. It's sometimes very successful. It's very, very quick and precise. GDC has a similar thing with B2B business connections, and it's cool, but those are designed for companies paying for them. And the GDC masterclasses are in an interesting setup. Those are often used as a form of industry progression for non-standard. Hey, Binary Solo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to my little corner of the internet. Hope I can help. So GDC does these these masterclasses where you sign up for a masterclass from someone who is an absolute peak in their field. Those are designed to essentially be a form of workplace progression for non-standard professions. Sorry, that wasn't a great sentence, it could have been better. So basically, if you work in something like social media or community management or production, stuff like that, things where there aren't... Okay, ease up on the solos there, guitar guy. If you're in a profession that doesn't have a standardized like accreditation like programming and things like that, these are great ways to show progress on your CV, and are used by big companies to show that they are helping to like train and up people's professional stuff. However, the idea of charging people coming into the industry those kind of things is, I don't know. I mean, the question is like, if a paid mentor is a very different than like a career consultancy and things. Are you giving a student $800 worth of like value? That's a whole other thing. I mean, you'll know like, none of you here need me to tell you. Like, getting into the games industry just requires work. And whether, you know, if that work is working your ass off in a day job so you can afford $800 a month to, like, get a mentor that gets you in, that's your path. You know, me, I worked a minimum wage, 0 hours contract job. That's how I got in. Like, there's no path into the games industry that doesn't involve working your ass off. You've just got to choose, like, which path you take. And again, you all know this, I just... Yeah. It's very easy to discuss edge cases and chaos on Twitter. It's much harder to discuss, like, you know, the nuances of a very real profession of very really working on video games. Okay, sorry, here was me getting distracted, but yes. Binary Solo, it's coming in, and let me add a follow on there so I can keep an eye on your future stuff. So let's have a look at Earth Tongue and Shutter Stroll. Oh no, we got Shutter Stroll last time. And okay, Earth Tongue looks fascinating. I'll have a look at that in a second. Let me make sure I haven't missed too many. Almister and Boats of Farewell. Oh, this looks like kind of cute, spooky, feelsy. I don't want to say Spiritfarer, but definitely kind of going for the same thing. Bus Driver says they worked for a year building up their CV for a games industry job and got offered a job working on VR application development for a wastewater construction company. I mean, it's fascinating where the path takes you. Wait, a game about long distance dates with your witch girlfriend. Okay. Although that is by the same dev. So of the two, I want to get if we are doing one of those, we're going to go for Little Boats of Farewell. All right, so Earth Tongue, a sunless world of fungi and bugs, sustained by a slow rain of a nutrient substance. Use your guidance and catalog. Could use your guidance and cataloging. All right, shush you. I want to have a look at the trailer for this.
A terrarium from another world, yours to cultivate. Find a balance and complete the circle of life.
This looks fucking great!
Discover, learn, grow. Life will flourish at a touch, or die out from neglect. Earth Tongue.
Shit, yeah. So, Aperios, we're still kind of building our shortlist, and soon we'll be getting to the point where some of these titles are going to have to do battle. It's people are picking up speed on some solid recommendations now. So, yes, Earth Tongue is absolutely going in. Oh yeah, let me that one. So, Sunday Lord for Playdate. Oh, this is a Playdate game. Okay. So that's fucking cool. Unfortunately, we won't be able to shut that one off because I don't have a play date, but good on them. Yeah, Favor 6. Earth Tongue looks like a killer time sink, and I would be all about that. Alright, so let's do 1, 2, 6. That's an 8, 8, 9, 10. So it's 16. I am going to take Trial by Viking off, because... yeah. Comparable to some of the other hella indie stuff, I feel like that one is already available pretty widely. I mean, maybe we can do another day where we take, like, the games that should have succeeded and try and yell about those. But, like I said, I want to find the weird. I want to find the interesting. And Rokyo, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in, coming in. Wait, was that the other individual for... oh, yeah. Yours has made the cut. So fucking curious about this one. Sorry. So Durry's found us an orbital roguelike Pong. I've had 2 reviews on Steam. So they do this as a monthly Patreon setup. Fascinating. Oh, those are the devs of Shotgun King. Interesting. Let's have a look on Steam, see how it did. Well, it only came out 10 days ago. And yeah, these from the makers of Shotgun King, The Final Checkmate, The Warden's Den. Yeah, I think this is one we can come back to. Like, see? Absolutely following. And I'm going to add Wraith's Den to my wish list, because that looks like the kind of game that would absorb me. As if I need more Steam games. I got to do the Salt podcast on Monday night, which is probably how I managed to basically overextend myself, but I always forget how many Steam games I have until someone else adds me on Steam and then kind of gives me this look like, what did you do? Oh, okay, let me check the, sorry, Moonpong. Let's check this, this ghost hunting game. I don't know, I feel the other ones that you've shown us have definitely been... I don't mind leaving this up on the lineup, but I think this one's going to get bounced a little bit. Yeah, there's no extension like overextension. Right you are, Imperios. So Immortal N, I think I've played, it's either like 30 or 40% of my 2,000 games. I'm not quite at 50% played. Hey, Catastros, thank you for joining us for this little indie spending spree, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Yeah, Immortal N, I play a lot of video games. Not Like, obviously, not all of them full to completion. Sometimes it's hard to know which titles to stick with and which ones not, but... Okay. Now, was there any others from the lineup I missed? Oh yeah, Bow to Farewell was the Aunus one, alright. Paranormal Entities, we had a look at. Hexblade. What's Hexblade? Okay, made for Boss Rush. Curious indeed. I feel like I recognise Hexblade. Maybe it's because they've just gone for like the Final Fantasy Fade style or something along those lines. No, it's not there. Okay. I don't know, maybe my mind's just in the violent battle gutter. Budget Berserk comes out this week, and I'm still not sure if it's going to be good or if it's going to be a stinker. I have a weird feeling it's going to be one or t'other. Unfortunately, it has the most generic name, so I keep forgetting what it's called. This one looks fascinating, Asari, and I'm definitely gonna follow this one. But it's not released yet, so we can't give them money. Okay, it is released, but we can't give them cash. Interesting find though. Like, Asari's been going on a feckin' deep dive today, friendos. Let's see if we can play catch up. Fresh games. The heck is this? Spirit Mirror Digital Possessed. If I could check this out. Alright, let me get you the trailer and maybe watch your eyes. I don't know. If this were out on Steam, I would know about it. Oh, it's going to turn out it's out on Steam and I just missed it. Alright, is there a name for this kind of aesthetic where it sits in that midway point between unsettling and adorable? I've been watching the new Bee and Puppy Cat, and that does that whole, like, you're not quite sure if you need to worry or not. Alright, this is my kind of feckin' nonsense. Eat 2 edibles and play this. Go to space. Yeah, that's heckin' pretty. That's going on the list. Oh, actually, let's quickly check. So it's Spirit Mirror Digital Possessed. So there's Mirror Spirits, which, oh god, well, it's definitely not that. They are coming home from an invitation from their friends. Oh. Who was it was saying that there is no good game engine. Sorry, there's no game engine that comes with good built-in fonts or UI. Alright. So we've got ourselves another banger here. Spirit's Mirror Digital Possessed. And I'm definitely following this creator. Feckin' yo. Ask and ye shall receive. What have we got here? Wait, is that by the same person as... Yeah, okay, that's the same person who put through Hannah earlier. So, good shout, but they're already on the list. If we keep it to one title... Okay, so I need to follow Team Laserbeam. Obviously, Object Staccato, give me some tunes. The Retro Room Roo. Steve. Scary Q. You know, I will follow. I'll follow Brendan. Piss will be boiled. Throw follows Digital Poppy. I don't know how much of an influence throwing follows to creators has on itch. I hope it helps. Definitely following these people. Alright, let's do a quick head count. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we got 17, potentially 3 more, maybe 4 dependent on what we find. Call of the Voids, Eat the Rich. This looks haunting. Unfortunately, we can't give them money. It's just download, no pay as you will. That's a shame, because look at this dead-eyed jelly baby murder. Sign me up. Also, Pirate Jam, was that Thor's Law? No, hosted by America McGee. Just a bunch of pirates in 2019. Alright, I love this title. The game where you run a potion shop on a tropical island, also you're a witch. I will not even be looking at the page for Pet a Shark. Fix the bloody road! Please, please fix the road. A colourful, minimalistic, laid-back and casual puzzle game. Alright, let's go back into the fresh games, because this has been giving us some bangers. See the Mortuary's Assistance in there, and that is a very successful game on Steam. Tortles, leaf raking. Can you earn enough money with your leaf raking business to win before winter? The true Turtle's dilemma. I'm not getting Pet the Shark. You can't make me. Hello, hello. To Dead Idiot Gaming, good afternoon, Watto, and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. We are throwing money at indie games and having a bloody good time doing it. How are you lot doing? I tell you what, friends, I'm gasping for a cuppa, so once we've welcomed in Dead Idiot, let's take a breath, let's take a beat, let's do some research. Like, Asari's been finding some bangers on here, but I want to mix it up, you know? Because, like I said, we're up to, what, 16 titles? 17 if Sippin' Hot Block Party gets to come with. That's really reliant on whether or not we find others, because, you know, Steam release, do it interesting. So, Dead Idiot, how was your day? How was your stream? Tell us your tales. I'm going to pop the kettle on in a second so I can get recaffeinated before we start putting money where mouths are. But we're kicking ass, like, friends. We're only an hour into today. I guess last time the big challenge was like rolling the dice on each one to decide. Alright, let's have a look at this one. Core strategy. Interesting. God, this is some classic stuff. Alright. Hang on, let me just make sure it's not Steam title. No? Shell. Dead. Slain. Sorry, days like today, friends, where I have my hands on the mouse and keyboard. So, Dead Idiot Gaming. So what we're doing today is we are doing a very sponsored stream. Red Nexus Games, the team behind Peglin, have given us a honking great big budget. So we can spend $20 on 20 games on itch. So what we're doing is we're picking a nice smorgasbord of different titles. We're primarily focusing on games that aren't available on other platforms or aren't wildly successful, to show off like a plethora of just the fresh and the original and the different. And then we're going to purchase them, and because we're doing well, friends, we might get to play a few. Like, no promises, because I have no idea how well they will or will not be working, but we'll give it a go. And there's a few in here that I would really like to play with you all. Last Driver, I think Vikings of Midgard's been on our... I recognise this one. Why didn't we buy this last time? When did this come out? Wolfcred says they've seen too many games that look great are doing well on Steam. Yeah. I mean, that's the feckin' challenge of it, right? But, you know, we're paying it forward today. Or that is to say, I'm facilitating somebody else paying it forward. And I'm happy to be the front-facing numpty, the lunatic jumping into the itch.io mines. And Chessending, just let us know the name of it so we can have a look. So Indiepocalypse 32. Let's see. Okay, Indiepocalypse 32. Indiepocalypse is a curated monthly collection looking to highlight the very best of indie games. Interesting. Okay, we'll add this one too, and Chessendink suggesting, what was it? Froggy Pot. You know what? That's feckin' adorable. Shit's adorable. Although, so Froggy Pot is a super short visual novel about Froggy chilling in a pot. Pot is warm now, but it will reach a boil soon. Try convincing Froggy to get out of the pot as you both begin to chat. Why won't Froggy leave the pot? This is one of those games that's going to make me incredibly sad. I can sense it. They know what they're doing. Try them to follow. Okay. See, Rob's just saying hell of a soup. It's a hell of a soup. Oh wow, it's a visual soup. Alright, let me just pause this for a second because I want to have a look at this hell of a soup trailer. Wait. Your mum dropped the soup on the floor! Go to the shop and find ingredients for soup. There's geese. It's a hell of a soup. This is a really good trailer. Okay. Although, I have a feeling that Hell of a Soup might be available. Because I remember... No, it's not. Okay. I remember reading an article about Hell of a Soup. It's a hell of a thing. Alright. We're going to take a breather. We're going to take a break. I need more beverages that are, in fact, filled with caffeine. So, this means that I'm going to leave you all with the Everhood soundtrack whilst I'm making a cuppa. So, I recommend you do the same. Stretch your leggies. Get a cup of tea. Remember, frogs are friends. And then we'll keep going. Because what we can do, friends, is we can add a few more like choices and selections to the list, and then we can start chopping and choosing. Because, like I said, the bouncy brick game, or whatever it was called, Blickety Block, that one is Steam available. Prima Neutrina, it's doing lovely. Hey, look, Prima Neutrina. You're right. This is essentially like retail therapy for me. I'm essentially getting to run around itch.io buying games off the shelf and getting to be like, oh, this is so good. But again, Red Nexus Games are putting a whole bunch of cash forward so that we can give it to other indie devs. That's feckin' cool. Like, I'm enjoying this, but I'm just the vehicle for this operation, you know? I sincerely wish to all of you to have the level of success that Peglin's done, because it's definitely one of those little games that could. Sorry, it's not little because the amount of work and effort, but you know what I mean. One of the things that's sometimes infuriating about game development is that you encounter like 5 or 6 games that all have the potential to do gangbusters, and one of them does. Sadly, the nature of the biz. I mean, woe betide anybody who's releasing a rhythm game this week because Trombone Champion just ruffle stomped everyone. You know? You can't control the tides when it comes to game sales, but if you get the chance to pay it forward, heckin' good on you. You know? Right, I'll make a cup of tea, and then let's keep going. So keep having a search, find me some bangers. To those of you that do have games on itch.io, feel free to put them forward. I take no offense at it. Best thing about doing this full time is getting to support all of you lot in the games you make. So feckin' we. Right. I'll be back in just a second. Get some tea, you feckin'.
What is chaos with nothing to be chaotic on?
Hello, hello. Believe I've returned just in time for some pre-nomage. Wolfcrad, thank you kindly. And we've got a few more recommendations coming on in. Also, nice. Okay. Hello, friends. How goes it? I have tea in my, as I suspected I was right all along mug. An important relic of my nonsense. And yeah, just trying to get my my everything together. So, bear with me just a second, friends. Okay. So, let's have a feckin' look. Okay. Sorry, friends. Stuff and things. Right! Let us continue! When we last left our heroes, we were reaching... gnomish levels. When we last left our heroes, we were reaching about 16. I decided that with Blickety Block, sadly, it's a little too much into the Steam. A little too much. And we'll be bringing the shortlist down to our solid 20, but like now's the time to throw in some more bangers. We had a look at the Indie-pocalypse, which I want to directly support titles, but I think the Indie-pocalypse collection is a feckin' great idea. Just because one of the real problems in video games at the moment is discoverability, and creating kind of like these little curated spaces is a great way of bringing things forward. It's kind of fascinating that because of everything that happened so quickly, as some of the larger teams weren't able to articulate to start doing stuff like this, like Indie Mega Booth and stuff like that, it would be amazing. But yeah, absolutely going to be following Peter Pranks and having a look into the Indie-pocalypse because that looks fascinating. Aww. Fuzzkey just giving us some support. Okay. So let's get back to it. I still feel like this Cozy Frog game ain't cozy. Oh, okay, the overview. A short, cozy game with a small side of existential crisis. One of these days, I'm going to launch into some monstrous tirade about air quotes cozy games. But that is a nuanced rant that will require a lot. The TLDR is that a lot of the time the term cozy is thrown around purely in terms of art style, and games that look cozy because they look like all the other cozy titles are in fact very stressful and are very, very stare at the ceiling and contemplate your own existence. This has nothing to do, by the way, with like Cozy Direct or any of the those groups or organizations. It's just, cozy is the new ludonarrative dissonance. There, I said it. Boof. Hot takes from me. Will piping hot tea over guard. Okay, so that was one of so these are some of the ones that you all threw in. Bus driver, how dare you? A hell of a soup's definitely on there. Now this was I accidentally insulted a witch and now all of my clothes are sentient and they hate me by Green Clovers. And this looks like a classic core Pokemon's type title where you battle clothes. I mean, the name is fascinating. It is playable. And Fearless, in a weird way, you are right that describing it... If you describe a game as cozy, but it's stressful to play... Well, it's not... Is it ludonarrative dissonance? I guess so. But the battle isn't with the character's motivation. It's with the supposed experience. Wow, we're getting into... Sorry, we're getting into the weird. Alright, so we had In Case of the End. Okay. And Boat. The boatiest boat of all time. Okay, yeah, that's... The strange comments, but... I mean, it is the boatiest boat of all times. You're on a boat with your friends, but the boat sucks. Luckily, your friends have suggestions to how to make it suck less. Navigate through islands, find resources, and help your friends build the boat of your dreams. The boatiest boat of all time. Made in 48 hours. With a got it, jam it 1. Will admit, fascinated. Well, let's just take Tomato Clinic. A cute visual novel about vampires. Okay, this is kind of fascinating. Oh wait, NPCKN. Isn't that the same person from Hannah? No, that's Catwoo. Why do I recognize that name? Oh yeah, we already have a little boat to farewell. So okay, so whoever this individual is, 1, I need to follow him. 2, they're putting out just small bangers on itch.io. Props to them. But yeah, Robin, you're right. It is a dissonance between the visual representation and the experience of play. Oh, we were still going through a few of them. So we had Code Dungeon. Code Dungeons, it seems interesting. But we do already have Deadwind locked in, and this thing seems feckin' cool. And then this was Therapy with Dr. Albert Kruger. Like a series of haunting minigames. Not to be gazed upon by the faint of heart. Oh yeah, and Fusky, I don't know if you're able to hear, but I take your recommendations very highly. Okay, so Immortal then knows this one. Alright, well, Dinos is getting a follow. I feel like we're starting to get into the meat of this now, you know? Okay. This does put us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we're at 21, 2, 3, 4. So 24. So if this is our shortlist, if nobody else has any like personal bangers to throw in, like now is we gotta trim 4 of these. So yeah, if you do have any other absolute bangers that need to go in, now's the time before we start making the cut.
How's your dudes ahead doing? Mine weirdly keeps saying to ask you about indie games.
Funny you should say that. This one's doing feckin' grand. And I am absolutely here to tell you about indie games. 20 hand-selected indie games, no less. Chess and Link says, Beer and Plunder looks worth a look. Alright, alright. What I can do, though, is I can create an itch.io list for everything that we end up putting on. Winner of the Swedish Game Design Awards for Best Design. Is this up on local, remotely by Parsec? God. There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. And unfortunately, we can't give them money, so they're off the... Gonna follow them, but they're off the list. God, that's haunting. So this was a title that Immortal Len, now following Immortal Len, worked on 1,000 years ago. Because anything before the plague is 1,000 years ago. Top comment, pretty fun. Don't worry, corpses float. Hyper... Korea? Oh yeah, available on Steam. Good shot though, good shot. Hey, look. It looked interesting, Robin. It looked interesting. But yeah, so Akira Zero... Oh, Baldi's Basic is very available on Steam. I do not mind the balloon party, but it is haunting. I'm gonna look at another page. It's hell of soup. Hell of a soup. Sorry, if that is actually a game that teaches people how to make a decent cup of tea... but again, so sorry, it doesn't have a pay what you want. So we can't throw monetary support at them. Alright, so friends, we'll say 15 minutes left on recommendations. Then we'll create our short list, and we'll spend some cash on those, and we'll see what we want to actually have a play around on. Megaboss, have a lovely rest of your evening. To be continued. Very droll, Robin. Very droll. Although it is fascinating when you talk to people and you say, like, what's your favorite indie game? It's fascinating because it shows you what they consider to be indie. It's a very good barometer to get for someone's, like, artistic tastes. And it's not something you should use to, like, beat somebody to death with. I feel like I've seen Heartworm before. That's the concept demo. Yeah, Heartworm is available, or will be getting a proper Steam release. So I'll add that to wishlist. Because some of these look polished, like they're gonna kick a lot of ass. So Robin, we haven't streamed Sagebrush yet. I think no, probably saying free games with an itch support this button. I need them to go through like the name your own price, because the support ones usually go through Ko-Fi or otherwise. Because I don't know what requirements you have to have for the support this title. Nothing against any of these creators. I just want to make sure we're not accidentally throwing money at like Patreons or Ko-Fis or things like that. Like, the goal is to buy these games on itch. You know what I mean? Definitely make sure I'm following all these beats. Alright, like I said, friends, so, yeah, we've got about 10 minutes before we start chopping these short lists down. And Robin, I actually know Izuma pretty well. They're one of the only other people I know that obsesses over Sega Saturn games. And I'm sad to say I couldn't afford a physical copy of Dedeus or Dedeus or however you feckin' say it. Oh, so Handlebar Orion has a dev question for your lovely selves. And I quote, they've been at their wits' end trying and failing to find solutions to offset a row of pixels on a sprite background in Unity, like the adventures of Batman and Robin on the Genesis or SNES's Mode 7. Does anyone know how to Mode 7 it up in Unity? Assigned fighter at birth. that is a very, very good title. Yeah, so I think this goes through it. So it can go through a PayPal. Unfortunately, it goes through a donation setup. No, I'm going to keep it to spec. Handlebar, Robin's suggesting a Unity offset, and a cult game dev says that you generally can't modify per pixels in Unity. Got to go do it in the shaders. Okay. We do have the game dev section in the Longship Discord. If you all want to get into the meaty meat, I do like Assigned Fighter at Birth. All right. While we're getting down to the short list, it's my little froggy face. Alright, why do I make collections? Host a game jam, sales and bundles. I don't sell any games, so I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no, where are my collections? Where's my profile? Alright, I'm just gonna go over here for a second so I don't... I didn't, thankfully, but I don't accidentally flash anything. Alright. Okay. Now I gotta remember how to do a group. Oh wow. Opulescence. Chromatic effect currently found with Opal. And a whole ass game about it. Oh wow. I feel like it's one of those titles you have to see in motion. Yeah, Dory, added. Oh. Feckin' helps if I have it. Oh, and Fearless, I'm glad you had a good time. I had grand intentions of going to the Seattle Indies meet last night, and my body had other ideas. Right. Okay, so add to a collection. Oh, add to a new collection titled Longship Bitch Spending Spree, sponsored by Red Nexus Games. There we go. Words about the deck builder. What's the date today? It is the 21st. Games were selected for the HIS Spending Spree. For the HIS Spending Spree, sponsored by Red Nexus. There we go. Boop. Alright. Oh, there's managed collections. Alright. There we go. I can manage my collections page. Here we go. Showing my profile. Not private. Showing my profile. There we go. Boosh. Oh, future games. Alright, so unshown profile. There we go. Now show spending spree. Alright. Alright, check it out. You should be able to view that. Even if right now all it has is Shroom and Gloom. Spending money on indie games. Sorry. Every time this tune kicks in, it's always going hard at the least appropriate time. Alright, I'm gonna bring that to studio before I check Lesbian Vampire Simulator. According to the creators, it is not NSFW. Alright. I gave it the once over. The soundtrack is also available. Okay. Yes, Robin, the only 3 classes that matter. Okie dokie Lokis. Got a couple more minutes if there's anything else that you wanna put in together. Yeah, the guinea pigs are ready to start splashing the cash. And we might hit a point, friends, where you just have to look at my dumb face whilst we're going through the process of actually giving them the cash. Again, friends, I should want to thank our sponsors again. Red Nexus Games, the creators of Peglin, for just giving us a wedge of cash to give to these people. Like, in the strict FTC sense, this is a sponsored stream, but like, the Longship isn't taking a cut here. We're just we're like the indie brokers, you know? I like that. It's a cool title to have. The children crave salad! They heard you 1,000 miles away. Come the revolution where you can use them to hunt for salad. Well,
If it makes this noise.
yeah, you're right. Only if it's bagged salad. And Brolo, I'm sure you know as well as I do that most of the best itch peeps are just gay as hell. It's wonderful. All right, and that is time, friends. That is time. So let's start building our shortlist. So Shroom and Gloom. Shroom and Gloom is the only first-person card battling title in there, so I feel pretty good about that. And Deadwind, yeah, Deadwind for heckin' sure. Oh wait, okay. Fuzzy and Prolo have come in for a late entry. In the face of the enemy, in the heart of one man, lies the soul of a penguin. I have followers on Itch now. What? All right. You have no information about that game, only that in the face of the enemy, in the heart of one man, lies the soul of a penguin. It's a really good pitch. Okay. So, let's see how many we've got. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lost my count. 20. Alright, so we have 28 games. We need to get it down to 20. So 8 have got to go. Dusting, we're getting the grand list so far. Now, I'm going to be abusing my powers for both Pet the Dog FMV, and Hero Hours Contract, because, like, what's not to like about this? Plus, the name is a feckin' pun on 0 Hour Contract, which I have survived. Alright, so we're up to 4 so far. Yeah, Night Valen, the loneliest little newt. But, like, lonely, like, you know, romanticized melancholy lonely, like, newt. Not like, newt. You know, not sad, you know, drinking a pint in the back of a pub by yourself, like, lonely. But, like, you know, watching the dawn break over a fantasy landscape, having fought many monsters, kind of lonely. I've been rereading Berserk, sorry, I'm on a thing. Hey, I mean, isn't that why it's great going through itch.io? You never know, friends. You never know. Okay, so we've got Building 71 Incident. Now, this was Robin's recommendation where, despite being a student project, they said it was one of the things that absolutely, like, hit them like a brick. Did I not get that bundle? God, I'm a horrible person. I was sure, because I... Did I get it? Well, I mean, okay, according to this, I didn't. Heck. I mean, I know I told people to pick it up. Did I tell people to do a good and then forgot? That makes me a terrible person. I'm so sorry. Alright, you know what, Robin? I know it probably doesn't seem like it all the time, but I do take your recommendations very seriously. So yeah, Building 71 is in. Alright. But we gotta start looking to trim. Piss boiling's gotta go in. Alright, so when we start organising these? Like, how do we organise these? Alright, Hexblade I'm gonna drop, but because Caffeine put in... Where was it? The one I ended up playing and ignoring you lot. Where was it? Vapor Trails. Alright, so that's one trim. 7 to go. Core Stratagem. I think that's our only strategy game. I don't wanna. Is it okay if we just don't Froggy Pot? And the thing is, I'm not saying Froggy Pot is bad. Look at this game. It's feckin' dope. Dylan says we need an itch.io collection to bracket converter. Is there such a thing? Can we get one? Yeah, I don't want to see this tiny... I don't want to have enough time to become emotionally attached to this cute little frog creature child thing and then watch it boil alive. Soup. Alright, hell of a soup still in the contenders. So I accidentally installed a witch and now all of my clothes are sentient and they hate me. AKA clothes RPG. That is a banger, but we have multiple RPGs, so maybe we need to trim by genre. You know what? I'm gonna trim Code Dungeon. I'm gonna trim Code Dungeon because we already have another dungeon of a similar thing. I'm not saying Code Dungeon doesn't have value. Like, teach people to code games are feckin' great, and I love them. Ah, oh, Dustin, Scarf PG? On point. Okay, is Dr. Krauger? Let's just search Steam for Krauger, because I feel like that's the kind of one that would get picked up. What is this? Touch typing home row speed grinder. I react. Freddy Krueger Nightmare custom art keyboard. The fuck? Oh, you're getting wishlisted. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. This looks like some unhinged Mavis Beacon nightmare. Sorry. Hookshot, good morning. We're spending money on indies. Yeah, you're right, Prolo. I've gone too deep. This is why it's good to do this as a group. Alright, so Kruger's not up and about. See, this is the hard one. Alright, If we have to choose between two anthropomorphic animal RPGs, do we go with The Case of the End? A group of friends band together to save the Earth for one last mission? Or do we go for The Testimony of Trixie Glimmer Smith, another visual novel, anthropomorphic animal stylies, but this one is a reworking of The King in Yellow? Like, only on itch.io do you have to make these kind of choices. Yeah, and to the point, I think Hannah's going to have to go up against... where was it? No, that's my account settings. Close that tab. Yeah, so I think... Okay, so Hannah and I accidentally insulted a witch. Now my clothes are sentient. We'll go head-to-head. Okay, so while Prolo did recommend the other one, she's saying they do find Trixie interesting, so... Alright, I'm sorry, Case at the End. You just... Trixie was too strong. Alright, Trixie, you're in. Made the cut. Just 6 games. Now, I'd like to throw Schnippers in there, because shooting Schnipper Riffles is a time-honored tradition of Longshipian multiplayer, because, you know, we're all older and our reaction speeds are shot, so sniping's about all we can do. Also, it is made by someone in our house, you know? Or is that too cheeky, like putting it into other Longshipian developers? Friends, I would love your opinions on this, because, you know, I'm deep in the paint, alright? Earth Tongue's gotta. Yeah, so Earth Tongue's definitely being added, because this is one of the freshest things I've seen in a long time. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have been added.
Many games go in, only a handful make it out. It's the itch.ioing. Wait, that sounds like something one needs a cream for.
Yeah.
Never mind.
We definitely need a different setup. Okay, so Darian Peeps was saying it's a cool concept, so alright. Schnippers with the Schnipper Riffles. You shall be added to the collection. Alright, we are up to 8 games. Does it boil piss? Is there anything else that boiling piss could go up against? We should have done this as like a knockout tournament. Oh, I'm going to make an executive decision on Hisato no Saku, because it's a conversational turn-based RPG where you battle with what seems to be some seriously clever mechanics. So that's going in. Congratulations. Then I've got to... Then we have to buy them all, which is going to be a bit of a mission. Hookshot says a knockout tournament would have been funny as. That would have been. I don't know what the ceiling max is on what you can spend on an itch.io game. But maybe that can be something we can organise in the future. I'll find some, like, Mr. Moneybag sponsor. Battle of the Indies. Okay. Yeah, we gotta start cutting. The paranormal case. Alright, I'm trying to pick similar games. Alright. So we have Hannah, and we have I accidentally insulted a witch and now my clothes are sentient and they hate me. So we have one that's kind of like the mimetic, and we have one that's going for kind of the creeping horror. Because Hannah is a quality game looking at this. Close RPG is definitely going for kind of like a humor mimetic flavor of nonsense. You know what? Asari and Chessendink are going for Hannah. Alright. So this looks like a banger, but I'm sorry to the Clothes RPG. Alright, you're in. Oh, I ain't gonna follow Coward. So that puts us at halfway. So we got 10 in the collection right now. Oh, so I meant to write a blurb about all of them. Alright, well, we can mess with that later. Oh, check me out. I'm up to 4 followers on itch.io. Yeah, you're right, Prolo, that the Close RPG did look like it had more weight to it than just the memes, but... Okay. So we're up to Hannah. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We've got 13 games and 10 slots. So 3 have got to go. Can we please put That Really Boils My Piss in this? Please. Please. Like, I've already thrown in a few. I've already kind of abused my power a little bit, so whether or not the piss boiling goes in is a group decision. Wait, did we add? I thought we added vapor trails, didn't we? Wait a second. I did not add vapor trails. Let's change that. Because this looks banging. Alright, you're in. Prolo, you know what? Prolo, you have absolutely nailed it. You know what would boil my piss? Is not getting to see that piss get boiled. Boil that piss! Alright. I mean, look at it! Again, game devs don't want to make billion-dollar Marvel IP cash-in games. They want to boil piss. Alright, so we're up to 12 games, 8 to go. Oh yeah, sorry, Dustin, Shroom and Gloom did make the cut. Right. So, Occult Case Files does look very good. This is the one that had that NES, Neo Geo kind of vibe. Boats of Farewell looks like it will reduce me to tears. God, Spirits Mirrored was so good. See, Core Stratagem would have been one that I would have usually cut, but I realised this isn't actually a bad game. It reminds me of an old Abandonware game that I could never get working that I was obsessed with. Oh, sorry. It was a game that I couldn't get working until I did, and I found out that not only was it a bad game, but it was also a hentai game. Yeah, to any of you that haven't encountered, I think it was called the Steel and Lace series. There was a fighting game, a strategy game, a dating game, and they were all giant robots and porn. Unfortunately, the Abandonware site didn't mention the latter. Good times, good times. Handlebar says they noticed that 42% of itch.io is either spooky, horny, or spooky and horny. Have you been on the internet recently? This is not the dawning of the age of Aquarius. This is the dawning of the age of the monster fucker. There, I said what everybody's thinking. Do not look at the comments on the new Hellraiser trailer. It's all thirst. Why? I don't know. Yeah, Dustin, Sucker for Love does count, all three. Okay. So, like, the group can decide on core stratagem. Hell of soup. Dustin, fucking brand. God, Balloon Party scares me. Alright, you know what? I'm cutting Opulence. It looks visually interesting, but I think it's another, like, my first project plus additionals, which isn't wrong per se. Yeah, sorry, Opulence. I really want to add the last penguin. I really want to add the last penguin. But let's see what we're up to right now. We're up to like 18, right? Oh yeah, Dustin, like, joking aside, I do actually think the new Hellraiser is going to be very good. The second one, I can't watch it because it's uncomfortable, but it's one of my favorite films for, like, inspiration when it comes to, like, horror in video games. It does such a good job of creating this concept of things so far beyond human understanding. Anyway. So we're up to, I believe, 12. God, this is going to get really hard soon. I think we need to cut 2 more, if I remember rightly. Like, we might... The thing is, there may be problems giving some of these people money, so we may basically have, like, a super-duper overtime. Okay, I always want to say Chess and Link, so I apologise, I probably keep butchering your username. This has been lovely to chat and hang out. Thank you for the recommendations. I hope your day is productive. Go kick ass. Jackie, did you attempt to make a video game so you could submit it? Prolo is going to go ahead and buy Froggy Pot. No! Prolo! That's clearly a game that's going to make you sad and or stare at the ceiling and contemplate reality. It's a trap! It's an incredibly adorable trap!
That incessant clicking.
Yo! Sorry, that's really fucking cool of you. And those of you that in House Carl that have been gifting people subs so they can, like, throw in, that's fucking cool. This exposure therapy. Dustin, it's not exposure therapy, it's literally about a little frog in a pot being brought up to boil. Sorry, Prolo, I just imagined you yelling, "Joke's on you! I'm into that!" You know what? I'm going to add Core Stratagem, because it's the only strategy game we've had so far in the lineup of this. And making a strategy game on a budget is feckin' hard. Alright, so, add to collection. Alright, so let's move this over. So Piss has been boiled, so we have 13 games on, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 left. So we need to cut 2 more. God, this is where it's, like, brutal. Sorry. The reason I was cackling is that in situations like this, my friend used to love saying, with a deadpan face, God, it's literally like Sophie's Choice. Because anyone with even a hint of literary nonsense, it's just like an eye twitch moment. The use of literally, and then the attributing of very, very minor inconveniences to Sophie's Choice. This cracks me up. Yeah. A hookshot, you're right, making a strategy game on a budget is hard. Making any strategy game is hard. What's always fun is strategy games are usually the second or third project that devs will try and do. Viking's Choice. Hookshot Viking's Choice is when you just turn it into a drop shot and then regret everything immediately. Okay, so we need to kill 2. So we've got the Occult Case Files, which isn't just horror, it's special horror. I mean, just look at that aesthetic. Now, you know what? It's going in. It's going in. Alright. I can't say no to that. Alright, so that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games, and we need to cut 2. Aperios says, can you have a mosh it out? Look, Aperios, a larger portion of the indie development team do not have money for adequate nutrition or money for medical bills. We will not be making the indies mosh. They are breakable and poor. Hi, it me. Bones are probably like dust at this point. So it turns out you can't actually subsist on a diet of gin and cup ramen noodles. Although, we've been doing very well in the Longship, so my brand noodles have been on point. Actual cup noodles. Thank you. Alright, so we're going to have a death match between the 2 unsettling ones. So first up, Balloon Party. RPG Maker, unsettling in a special way. Therapy with Dr. Albert Kruger. Like, acid pastel with a real kind of... Oh, my friend had a really good term for this. I was like post-Homestuck. Yeah, acid pastel's a good vibe, because it's that... I mean, they literally use, like, the old disposable cut pattern on the floppy disks. It's that kind of aesthetic, but turned up to 1,000. The reviews. My wife and I have been fighting for 20 years, and nothing seemed to work. But 3 sessions later, we've already celebrated our 20th anniversary again. The last review. This man is a complete psychopath. Anyone with a bit of common sense can see through his lies. You're gonna make me say goodbye to the last penguin, aren't you? Look at his little face. Look at his little face. Like I said, friends, this is where it really becomes challenging. Spirit's Mirror looks genuinely brilliant. But right now, we need to cut 2. This is the challenge. This is why this is an event. This is why this isn't just chatting. Why does that seem ominous? Sorry, Frollo was saying that The Last Penguin was the final entry on the, very literally the last one. Does that make it the most recent, or does that make it the first? God, that seems really threatening. It feels like, you know, if we pick up that Penguin game, it's like taking the statue off the altar in Indiana Jones. Alright, Jackie, I'll have a look. I don't get it! I don't get it! Okay. I really want to keep Spirit Mirror. But see, the thing is, there's two really interesting titles here. A Hell of a Soup, and Spirit Mirror Digital Possession. Both of these are bangers. And let's be honest, we can't get rid of the feckin'... And so, Boats of Farewell, 10-minute point and click where you write about saying goodbye to part of yourself, like fucking y'all. Alright, you can either have the boatiest boat all time, or you can have Lesbian Vampire Simulator. Because one is a ship for sailing and the other is a ship for shipping. Yeah, it's a hard pick. They're all hard picks. All games are fucking great. Okay, that's a lie, but all of the games in today's lineup deserve this. Immortal is voting lesbians. Neo Shadow is voting for the lesbians. The people have spoken. Alright. Vampire lesbians are in. Both in style and in our collection. Alright, we're up to 15 games. 5 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got to cut 1. So we've got Little Boats of Farewell. Isn't it cute? Lesbian versus Simulator Dawn of Justice. Oh my word. Moose, it's the hard questions that only I can ask. Okay. Alright, you know what? This is again me abusing my powers, but I really want Spirit Mirror. Now there may be overtime. Like I said, there may be some problems paying these people. So I'm trying not to discount any potential like sideboard. Immortal says maybe make Penguin number 21 so no one has to cut. Fuck it. Why not? I'll put 20 quid into this. Done. The job is done! Alright. This tune's too serious. Alright, and with that, the deed is done. Just making sure I'm following all these people. So then we have Dr. Psychopath over here. The balloons are going in. And last but by no means least, the final penguin. Okay. And here we have it, friends. The Longship itch.io spending spree. Sponsored by Red Nexus Games. So, go, have a look. Right, I need to give these people some money. So if any of you want to go make a sarnie or make a cup of tea, I'll probably have to keep... the tea. Yeah, I'm gonna give these indies some money. Yes! I need to pay these people, which means I'll probably have to keep, like, minimizing to avoid giving away my cash and information. Each one will be getting 20 American dollars. And again, seriously, friends, the only reason we were able to do this is because Red Nexus Games, the team behind Peglin, made it happen. I can't imagine, friends, I can't imagine that I haven't talked your ear off about Peglin yet. But, for some reason I haven't. Like, please, friends, consider picking up a copy of this game. Just don't stop playing it at 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday if you have work the next day. Don't do it! Like, you'd think that was something that didn't require saying, but a certain moderator, who shall not be named, decided to start playing Vampire Survivors on a Sunday night. That's brilliant! Prolo's saying if we post the collection in Discord, it throws up "that really boils my piss." I'll put it in general, because why not? Yep, that really boils my piss. Yeah, Boo setting. A certain moderator who also refuses to be shamed. Right, let's buy some games and boil some piss. Okay, so download now, name your price. Yeah, so friendos, this is going to take a little bit of time because I have to pay for these individually. So, please do bear with me while we're getting it done. Apparently, I don't know how to count. Okay, Shroom and Groom, paid for. Deadwind, paid for. Yeah, so friends, if you want to go make a sarnie or a cup of tea, and then we can decide what we actually want to play and have a little look at. Pet the dog. Let's go. I do wish I could just do a big add to cart though, that would make my life so much easier. But then I understand why they don't do it. It's understandable, but alright. Alright. Hero Hours contract. Job's a good one. I just have to keep checking it to make sure I don't accidentally give somebody $200. Because that would be bad. Alright, the Building 71 incident. Shit, yeah. Alright, next up. The testimony of Trixie Glimmer. Yeah. So, Robin, it's one of those things where I hate knowing the logistics. Because Robin's saying it's too bad we don't have, like, internet caps where you can just download itch.io games. Which is very feckin' true. But having been involved in, like, VR caps and stuff like that 1,000 years ago, the amount of feckin' work that goes into the licensing for all that stuff is redonkulous. Like... Oh, just enough bandwidth so that people can download them fast. Okay. I mean, I was thinking something like essentially an itch.io cafe where... essentially you can sit down and just play any itch.io game. We might have a slight problem with schnippers, but we'll come back to that. Dylan says Steam does have built-in internet cap licensing with most speeds. To my understanding, you have to flag your title for those specific Steam caps. God, I'd have to go back and have a look at it. But what I remember was the agreement to have games licensed out to internet caps. It's why primarily a lot of the successful internet cap titles are all free-to-play games. Because there's no requirement of like additional licensing and stuff like that. Okay, so yeah, the only one we're having a problem with right now is schnippers. I know, friends, it's not very exciting watching my face spending a lot of money on. We're about halfway through now? Apparently Canadian PayPal is different, so it's being grumpy at me. Alright, then we got Vapor Trails. Let's go! But yeah, like I said, it's one of those things where I hate knowing the logistics of actually doing something, because the dream of just having like a bar or a cap or something with just, hey, here's all of itch.io's game library, just play whatever you want. Go to town, have fun. Alright, Vapor Trails is in! Core Stratagem, let's go! Well, Averick, I'll keep fiddling about with it and see if there's something I can do. It's just being grumpy at me. And it's a tricky thing to do at the same time as holding a conversation, you know what I mean? Because, like I said, I'm trying to make sure I don't move the decimal place in the wrong spot and accidentally end up $200 in the hole. Alright, we're up to occult cases, so we're a little over halfway. Alright. Spookies are in. Alright, now it's time for some lesbians! Don't have to actually, yeah, I don't have to, worry about someone checking my PayPal and being like, excuse me, did you just spend $20 on vampire lesbians? Maybe. Because as we well know, my crippling porn addiction does destroy the rest of my funds. Sorry. Alright, Spirit's Mirror is in. You're right, Crux. That would be the correct way to respond. Would be, yes, it was quite a deal. Frollo saying if someone pointed out that she'd spent $20 on vampire lesbians, the response would be, damn right, and I'd do it again. Oh yeah, Occult Game Dev. The itch.io algorithm's going to have a weird time after this. Oh, here we go. $20 to boil some piss! We are absolutely playing that feckin' game. Alright, now there's the little boat of farewell. Boil piss. Boil piss. God damn, the Everhood soundtrack does not ease up. Now it's time for some Hell of Suspense. Alright, when you try to down... Alright, I can show you this one. When you go to purchase Hell of a Soup, $6.66. They know what they're doing. Joke's on them, they're getting a round number. Ah! Alright, Dustin. If someone could do me game boil piss in the style of Eat, Pray, Love, I would absolutely put that up in the office. Or just around the house. Fiona and I keep talking about how we've got some cash. We're going to get the Yeet Yeet Yote instead of Live, Laugh, Love. Alright, we're almost through. We're up to Dr. Kruger. Alright. Balloons are in. Phil is saying, oh yes, I remember Game Boy Piss, Nintendo's worst mobile device since the Virtua Boy. After the Wii was selling well, they just wanted to add like a little, live long, laugh hard, boil piss. And last but by no means least, $20 on a penguin. Let's fucking go. Like, again, sorry I've been obscuring this, but I can't flash you my PayPal information. But $20 on a fucking penguin, let's go! Oh no! Okay. Okay. It looks like I'm having the same issue with the last penguin as I am with, So let's see if it lets me do this. Fingers crossed. Yes. I'm sorry to inform you, friends, we cannot purchase the Penguin game. This is a true tragedy. Okay, Robin, you're right. It does seem cursed. Here's the thing. I need one more itch.io game from the backlog. Because we had 21 games, right? And Red Nexus Games gave us enough for 20 games. So I was just going to pick up the last one myself. Problem is, we are now one game short. We have bought 19 games. So, Prolo's voting for the boatiest boat. That was a hard one to say goodbye to. Or Froggy Pot. Yeah, I mean, they're both... they're very valid. They're extremely valid. Oh shit, I'm up to 6 followers on itch.io. Step the hot higgity back. Torb. To-orb. 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 I mean, I tell you what, let's not add any new contenders. It's worth saying that both Schnippers and The Last Penguin have been added. And you can play those for free. Oh, Dustin's saying between Froggy Pot and Haunted Clothes. It's going to end up being Froggy Pot, isn't it? Yeah, Averick, we'll pull one out for you and for the Penguin. I'm not quite sure what it is. It seems to be Canadian PayPal just does not want to deal with me. You're right, it would be Froggy Pot if this was a democracy. That caught me off guard. Alright, so it's between the frog and the boat. Alright, so let's get him back up. So, Froggy Pot. Oh god! No! What is wrong with this place? Sorry. Main screen on. So I search for Froggy Pot in the search function. I'm getting Potato Thriller, Electric Potato, Potato Wear Cursor, Potate Out, Electric Love Potato, Electric Love Potato 2.0. Don't fuck potatoes! What? This is why I never say out loud. It was, ooh, Hot Panic. Oh, damn it, that makes me hungry. Yeah, thank you for finding us the link there, but I don't want to go back there. See what Boaty gets us. Grand Theft Bodie, Bodie McBoatface in the Island Adventure. Nope. There we go. Yeah, Averick, I wonder if that's a thing. I mean, this is one of the reasons why Steam's, as much as I always want Steam to do more, like, Steam do a lot of the heavy lifting, especially for international developers. Like, they handle transfer fees and all sorts of nonsense, by my understanding, anyway. Oh, I looked up Foggy Pot, not Froggy Pot. That's what took us into the dark. Okay. You'll have to find me the boat. So we got one last contest on our hands between existential frog boiling and the boat full of friends. Oh shit! Felix was saying that was actually a line in Telltale's Game of Thrones. What are you in for? Fucking potatoes. You fuck potatoes? Now you daft twit, I stole a bag of them. Boat of friends. A veritable friendship, if you will. Boat and friends. Dice with your friends, but you have no friends. Oh, why is this so dark? Boat prom. Friend Sim 2. Oh, an unofficial sequel. Jeez, we haven't actually gone down the Hive Swap Friend Sim. One day we'll go down that feckin' rabbit hole, but my friendly neighborhood. Eric Van Albert's Pro Boater. Well, I've got to look at that. Curses, we introduced nonsense into this. What? I'm not even going down that. There's poop in my soup, pooping with friends. There we go. Oh, because the title's called B-O-A-T, the boatiest boat of all time. That doesn't even work! Alright, so it's a battle between the boat and the boiled frog. Oh yeah, I can't get it. My friendly neighborhood is an experience. A good friend of ours, Leo Wiggins, is doing a huge chunk of the voice for that. I got to be a voice actor alongside Leo. It was great. Proto's like, I have no boat or frog in this race. I have no boat and I must scream. Yes, of course it's a difficult choice. A difficult choices all afternoon. 3 hours. Yeah, Froggy is cute, but it's probably going to damage us emotionally. Boat is interesting as like a game jam game. Like, either way, we're doing... It's going to be that fucking frog, isn't it? Shall I just admit frog now? God damn it, frog. Sorry, just with ribbit. Alright, boatiest of all time. But the acronym hurts. Alright, Froggy Pop. Welcome to the collection. Added in overtime. Alright. Here we go. Alright, friends, and with that, our budget is spent. And Prolo, you've got to tell us what the last penguin is. Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, friends! Coming in, coming in. Okie dokie Lokis. So let's have a look at our collection. Let's see, trying to see what will be visually banging. I love you all. I am not playing Froggy Pot live. I do not need to feel that much. Alright, well, we've got to boil some piss. So let me get that on the download. Oh, it's 65 meg. Job's a good one. We're absolutely going to boil some piss live. Alright, so what else are we doing apart from piss boiling? Are we pet... Oh, we should... Yeah, no, we're going to pet the dogs. We'll get the version 2 on the download because that also comes with a cat. Feckin' winner. Sorry, Dustin says money well wasted. Hey, a bunch of people are going to check their sales at some point today and go, wait a second, Joel. Someone just bought our tiny little Pet the Dog game for $20. Oh, Prolo, you'll have to send us some screenshots to Arcade. All right, so we're gonna boil piss. We're gonna pet dogs, and what else? Earth Tongue, I think, is going to be a bit, what's the term? So-so, and we already played Vapor Trails. Do you want Hell of Soup, or do you want Spirit's Mirror? Also, again, friends, if you want to check out the list of today's stuff, it is there. Actually, whilst those are on the download, we should... Yeah, we should update the Twitter thread. Asari wants Hell of Soup. You know what? It does have a good cadence to it. Secretly, Robin, I did see that some particular criminal made fan art. Thanks, I hate it. I will keep it, but I hate it. Alright. That's been deployed. Yeah, we'll go for Hell of Soup, because I think that one will be slightly easier to watch. Unless it's a massive download. That was 50 meg. This is the other thing I love about doing in itch games. Just download them like that. Soup is coming. Alright, so we've got Boil My Piss, Pet the Dog, and Hella Soup. On the subject of piss unboiled, I do need to take a quick break, because I've had a lot of tea. I just want you to remember this noise is going off, like... Oh no! Prolo regrets to inform us all, friends, that the last penguin is getting a little bit racist. No! You were supposed to be the chosen one! You were supposed to bring Penguin to the Force! I'm glad we didn't spend $20 on him then. Right. I'll, you know what? I'm going to leave this main screen up. Oh, cool. That BRB needs T doesn't work. Alright. How do we need to remove it from the list? Should we remove it from the list? Because we can just subtly kind of like, you know. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna risk it for a biscuit. Sorry, Last Penguin. Alright, friends. Yes, I'm gonna nip to the loo, and then we're gonna play some piss boiling, some pet catting, and some hell of soup! Just one more time. Dylan, Red Nexus Games, thank you so much for putting a huge chunk of cash in our hands so that we could give it to these lovely people. Thank you for trusting us to be the digital delvers in this itch.io spending spree. Like, it's a really big compliment that you trust our little corner of the internet. And friends, we found some really fucking interesting games. So yeah, for the ones that don't stream good and want to learn to do other stuff good too, friends, please consider like picking up a copy, giving them a couple of bucks, and checking them out for yourself. And if you haven't played Peglin yet, then what are you doing?
Play more Peglin!
Play more Peglin!
Friends! Friends, hello! There we go. Wanted to share that one more time. I am going to be a rebel. Mostly because I know that this is going to result in feckin' Perios getting more for his scrapbook, but I am ravidly starving, so I'm going to quickly make myself a sarnie. Something to snack on whilst we'll pet the cat dogs first and then boil piss. Maybe make some soup, who knows? But yeah, I did not realise how hungry I was until I stood up, so bear with me a second, dear friends. Well, hello there. So I'll leave the BRB needs tea up for a second, just because I need to pop some calories in my gob before I expire. Pretend like I'm not here. Hopefully, Imperios has been distracted and he's off, like, I don't know, doing whatever it is what he does when he's not taking photos of me eating. Why are you all like this? And I'm still super glad that I was saying on Discord, like, the money went to Froggy Pot and not the weird racist penguin game. Sometimes you never can tell. And, like, I mean, I wouldn't have... Would I have done a refund? I don't know, that feels mean. Because the chargeback does come at a cost per person. So, I probably wouldn't have done a chargeback on moral principle. But I would have dunked on him something fierce. You're ratting me out. Oh, of course, the irony is that if we'd been able to buy schnippers with the schnipper riffles, I was going to put in my cash to pick up the penguin game, but I couldn't pick up schnippers and the other one. And Occult Game Dev, I don't know. All I can tell you is on this Twitch.television, Mr. Twitch, Father Bezos, whatever you wish to call him, he eats the charge if people do chargebacks on subscriptions or on bits. But in the event of a donation that someone does a chargeback, I have to fight it. And if I lose, it also takes the cash. It not only takes the cash away, but it also charges me for the privilege of being scammed. But I would have left a very long-winded review of the Penguin game, detailing its heinous acts. I'm going to download Spirit's Mirror as well. I think that's going to be a really interesting one just to look at. Only 107 meg, like, God, I love it. I mean, the magical Star Trekian future, the resources not warranted dream would be a situation where individuals are able to make games on places like itch.io and just release them and get, you know, a proper decent living wage just by making those kinds of titles, and then see how they kind of rise and move from there. That would be feckin' glorious. And a few friends have put forward some ideas that might actually make that happen, but whether or not it'll come to pass, I couldn't tell you.
You're all terrors. All terrors. But the other thing is, looking at how things are going over on Twitch today, which I know, Aperios, you probably got into the whole rev split nonsense stuff going on today, so there's nothing I really have to add. I am in a very unique place on this website, so on this twitch.television, so effect do I know. But what's been really interesting is reading about how YouTube's doing its like creator fund, reading up about how people make money on TikTok and places like that. The thing is, once the money starts flowing, it's hard to stop. You know, if itch.io did end up like pushing for like subscription models and things like that, once the money starts flowing, the people start getting hired. Like, you can't just turn around and stop. And so while there's a bunch of functionality I'd love to see on itch.io, I'd much rather what we have remain sacred. I think that's the important thing when talking about this is itch is a very special place in the gaming space. And I wouldn't want to see it go, you know? Why are you all like this? So the thing is, none of you were involved in this, but this feels like payback. When I was living in New Zealand, there was another games company nearby, lovely bunch of individuals, and I got into this, let's be honest, weird habit of anytime I saw one of my friends walking to work at the other game dev place, I would take super zoomed in camera photos of him and just send him the pictures. And I did that for quite a while. And I had a folder which was maximum that person's name. I thought it was very funny. I'm easily amused. This is kind of like payback around. Yeah, we'll call him Ted. Maximum Ted. Every time I took a photo of him, I'd send it with maximum Ted. Because it was always maximum zoomed in. It just ends up being payback in the end. And sorry, I do not know how one consumes the forbidden snack with such ferocity as to destroy a bag without noticing, but I've done that to Doritos in the past. I've killed and I will kill again. Okay, friendos. Thank you very much for waiting. So, you know what? Let's take a breath. Let's take a beat. Let's pet some dogs and cats before we start boiling the piss. Yeah. Right. Na na na. It's a lot of animals. Right. Bear with me just a second, dear friends.
Oh yeah, Amos getting in trouble. Okay. Sorry about this, friends. Any second now. There we go. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce to you all Pet the Dog /Cat .exe. What just happened? Yeah, apparently you're petting the bugs here. We gotta start with dog, obviously. You know what, Hookshot, go for it. Make a small 4-hour. Do a 4-hour game jam. Live it. Now it's time, my friends, to pet that dog. Do we open the door or do we walk away? Shit. Open the door, get on the floor. Hello! Puppies! The fact that there's even a walk away button. Of course we pet the bloody dog. Oh no! Dylan's dog just started freaking out. It's gonna get worse. Look at his little face. It offends me. It offends me that there's any don't pet the dog button. Petting dogs is intense. Okay, look at that little face. Anyone can look at that face and not be like, oh, Joel. That's a person you can't trust. Are we gonna pet the dog? Are we gonna pet Eleanor? Dustin, this better fucking not Doki Doki backfire on us. Oh, look at his little face! Are we gonna pet Jade? Of course we're gonna pet Jade. Alright, so we're going into extra time here. So we can't pet the cat yet. But look at this little guy! This is Porter! Of course we're gonna pet Porter! Even if Porter did have some pixelization. Little Ewok dogs. Now, you could make an arty point about player choice. Like, if you wanted to get arty-farty into it, this is fascinating because the game gives us the choice to not do the thing which the game is based on. But why would we ever do that? Like, why would we actively not do the thing? And I don't mean just like the cutie patootie animal thing. I mean like, if you make a game, shoot dude in face, why would you choose not to shoot the dude in the face? But the creation of the illusion of choice is a powerful one. Anyway, look at your face. wasn't snoozing, I would absolutely. Robin's like, don't pet Trudy. She knows what she's done. I don't know what the cup is in the middle. Pet Sadie again. Fucking question is that, of course. It's not gonna Doki Doki backfire. Pet Einstein, obviously. We're not gonna pet the dog. Like, at some point we might have to stop, because if this game has like an infinite loop of dog petting, I won't be able to stop. Of course, I'm gonna pet Sebastian. Oh, it's an old papa. Oh shit, it's the pug from Dune! Vanderbeest, so help me. It won't Doki Doki, but it might Dogi Dogi. Gemma's such a good pug. The thing is, now I want to pet our dogs, but they're currently sleeping, and I don't want to disturb the horde. Of course, we're gonna pet Whistle. Yeah, Yakini Sakura, you can actually see the dogs are so confused about the hand and then the pets. I don't know how to pronounce that dog's name, and he looks like he has guilty face. You don't have to look guilty, you're okay. Oh, poor Einstein. That's an old papa. Is a pet lady pug? That's not lady pug. That's Einstein. Don't lie to me about dogs. Yeah, it could have been Iggy. Pet monster? Yeah, well, pet monster. Monster, monster, monster. A games company, a successful games company gave us $20 to play this. Oh, throw the toy or walk away. Shit, yeah, we're gonna throw the toy. Puppies, unleash! Yakini Sakura, did it pull the wrong video, or is it testing us? See if we're paying attention. When you're down at the club and you see your dog. Oh, who's this little cutie? Oh shit. Ball is in play. Ball is in play. Of course I'm gonna throw the toy. I'm gonna walk away now and leave Scrambles sad and confused. Apparently we can't throw for shit. Scrambles! Kind of look like Scrambles has people teeth there. I think we should be allowed to, like mod in Amos and River DLC. It's new dogs. We're still petting dogs. I love Pancho. Pancho is a soft bean. Oh, Yakini Sakura, absolutely. Scrambles lives that life. I've never related quite so hard. The soundtrack makes it seem like this dog is killed and will kill again. Love to look at the blems. Upload your dogs as DLC. Oh. Pet the dog. Of course we're petting Lando. Unable to load. Lando was too powerful-less. Up dog mode activated! Oh, that's good. Please don't freak out again. Okay, so I think we came back around full circle. Oh no! I'm a dumbass. Alright, well we've got to pet the cat. We've got to pet the cat. We did not pick up, pet the dog / cat, and then fail to do the cat petting. I'm not going to be lax as the host of this operation, right? Now, pet the cat. Several of these cats have eaten their owner's face. Do you pet the kitty? Fuck yeah, you do. The danger is worth it. Living on the edge. Petting cats who've killed. This one's a criminal. He ate a man's face. Not all the soundtrack fits the cats. I'm just gonna say it now. The thing is, I'm not sure what the coffee mug is about. Yeah, Vanderbeast, I'm waiting for like the comedy, like Doom era death screen when we pet the wrong cat. Look at that floof, isn't it neat? Ah, bitey. Shit, yeah, we'll pet this cat. And I did know that, yes, cats are in fact wanton criminals. I kind of feel a little bit bad about this today, you know? Like, as you know, friends, in the Longship, we have a lot of different people from a lot of different walks of life. You know, we've got people practically entirely around the globe hanging out here. And when it comes to game development, like, we have people at different skill levels, from different backgrounds, different disciplines. But here's the problem. How is anyone supposed to go into work tomorrow knowing that the perfect game already exists? You know, when your producer's like, we need to tighten the graphics on level 4, and you'd be like, I could have just made a game where I pet my cat. I could have been petting my animals for research to then make a game about petting animals. This one just says pet the kitty. So this is a cat that's obviously committed some kind of fraud. Or I'm thinking like change their name, you know, fake their death. Dylan says Trombone Champ may be throwing the towel. Hey, Dylan, you released your video game before Trombone Champ. You know? The video game calendar is going to be like AD and TC, like before Trombone Champ and after Trombone Champ. Okay. Yeah, that cat's in witness protection. Oh, alright. Do you think this cat's going to give enough of a heck to chase the ball? If we throw the toy, what do you reckon? So Dust in Your Eyes, we will not be streaming Trombone Champ because after that, what do I stream? Once we stream the greatest game ever made, what's next? That's basically the dooting trombone of the end of the Longship. I'm gonna throw it anyway. Go get it! Yeah! Tiny Killer! Defeated a ball! It did amuse me the one time the hand went over and just got immediately bitten by the cat. Oh, Fluffy! Kitty's fighting! Oh! We must cease this violence and be cuddles! Again, this cat has killed. You know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to walk away, because I'm curious to say what happens when you don't pet. Just goes in reverse. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna pet the cat. I like how all the dogs were named and all the cats' identities have been changed to protect the innocent. Sorry, what is actually taking the strongest control is to not just walk away, leave you lot, and go pet the animals. No cats are innocent. No, thank you for petting the animals. But I did mean what I said. Like, I wasn't being snarky. There's genuinely something to ponder on games like that where you have one interaction method and the user is highly unlikely, at least in the initial, to not do the thing. And it's only when they've kind of like gained a grasp of what thing does, they even consider not doing the thing. Like, the irony, of course, being is that that's a far more interesting deconstruction of user agency in an environment than, oh, I don't know, that one BioShock game with birds and cages. Yeah, chug a liter, put the kettle on. It's time to boil some piss. Fluffy Adorable Kitten. Did you just see the Fluffy Adorable Kittens? We have been doing an indie spending spree today. And now we're playing a few hand-picked titles from our horde. The last one we played was Can You Pet the Dog with the Cat DLC. And now it's time to boil some piss. Boil some piss. This is extremely placeholder at the moment. Very sorry. Yeah, we can turn the volume down a little bit more. I don't think it affects it. Friends, crewmates, general deliverers of mischief, it is my absolute pleasure to boil some piss! Are we ready? Yeah. Oh, it's a controller game. I don't want to alarm anybody, but our piss is going unboiled. Are you ready, kids? Piss! Piss! Hang on, hang on, hang on. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working. I need to change my settings. Let's try that one. Resume. Ready? Piss! Boil some piss! Piss boiling! This person's name is Darren. Darren hasn't been doing any work and has left it on our shoulders. Darren, I'm gonna pull your shin bones out and stick them up through your ass! He is not okay. He is not okay. Bring the world boil some piss! This is why we have to turn Will's microphone down. I'm extremely full of piss! Jump in the void and die, Darren! I've seen your browser history! Fuck this one door in particular! This feels good. This feels good. Piss! There's a slight delay because I think it's running through all the stream software and stuff. Oh, what a good time. What a good time. Oh, and Fluffy Adorable Kitten. Always post pet pictures in general. There is never a situation where someone doesn't want to see it. Actually, Dylan, that's an interesting question. I wonder if this did start development before or after Say No More, because I can see it being inspired. I think we did a good job. Well done, team. Well done. I am going to pull us out of piss boiling, just because my throat won't survive that much boiled piss. All right, but from the hot boiling of piss to the hot boiling of soup. Hello, Mrs. Clown. Can I have a bowl of soup? Soap. Piss. Successfully boiled. Dun, 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 dun. That desperately needed a like Dreamcast or like late Saturn era Sega victory screen. You know, like in Crazy Taxi. Oh, it's time to boil some piss. Are you ready?
Crouton, crouton.
Crunchy friends in a liquid broth. I am gazpacho. I am a summer soup. Miso, miso. Fighting in the dojo. Oriental prince in the land of soup. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. I watch a lot of Big Top Burger. But no, that really needed like an end screen of, okay, let's see how your piss was boiled today. Oh, a Class P license. That's some hot piss. Right, time for a hell of a soup. Friends, this is only going to get weirder as we go on, just so you know.
Call go for 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 call go for.
But have you considered for call go for call go for? Okay, no, but joking aside, Vanderbeest, like, thank you for throwing bits in. Like, I fucking love doing this, and today's one of those special days where we get to use what powers we have to make other people's lives better. You know? We're showing off cool games. We're going and getting some soup. Okay. No crying over spilled soup. Oh, God. Okay, we move very quickly, so I'll do my best not to give anybody too much in the way of... Alright, yeah. As I said, it's got controls here, which should help with the... Yeah, Prolo, I don't know about y'all, but I have a big weakness for that, like, vertex rounding. Like, I don't know why. I think it might partially be, like, nostalgia, like, good memories. I dropped it. All the soup on the ground. I really don't know what I was thinking about. My son! My son, please go to the shops while I clean this mess. I was going to go myself. So all you need to be is the table prepared. Be safe. Alright, I'll do it for you, Mr. Whiskers. Do it for you. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to use mouse and keyboard because it's... Alright, so tab to see the map your mum nicely drew for you. Here we go. Where are we? I have no clue. Oh, there we are at the bottom. There's me mem. We have to get milk, meatballs, and soup. So the soup is just soup. Oh, Fluffy Adorable Kitten. I have played Hard Space Shipbreakers, and it is a heckin' masterpiece. Again, not that you need me to tell you. Alright, let's head to the outside world. Break boxes to find something to drink. I don't think we're okay, friends. Nah, you know what? I'm sure it's fine, friends. I'm sure it's fine. Dustin, we have monster hands because we found them on the table. Why do you have monster hands? Use middle mouse up and down to switch weapon. What even is it? The way we hold it with like our weird claws? This seems fine. Apparently that's ammo, and... Oh! Nice, let's come to my place. I'm just staring up at the sky. The colour relaxes me. Well, thanks for the talk. I'm just gonna go back to... Alright, mate. God, this looks like... This looks like the old Skynet game, but corrupted. Oh, cool! Remember, kids, be not afraid. What's up? Whoa, 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 whoa! What happened to be not afraid? Oh, God. Alright. Apparently being afraid was, in fact, part of the requirement. Fuck you, meat donut. Fuck you, Sky Guy. Being not afraid? Turns out I should have been very afraid. Bullshit is this? A goose! Nature's most feared foe. We can't stop here, friends. We're in goose country. Is that meant to be a biblically accurate angel? Yeah. Only it turned out to be a biblically accurate asshole. Jerk. Okay, so Smiley Guy was actually the big donut. Alright, so if we look at our mam's map, we've got to go this way to get the soup. Well, the canned soup, and then we've got to get the extras. Hello, Mrs. Cloud. Can I have a bowl of soup? Oh, of course. We have to go through a field of sinister Geiger-looking tombstones. One of which was singing at me. Oh, good. This seems fine. We're in peak feckin' goose country. Geese could come at us from any angle at any moment. Oh, fuck me! Ah! Fuck you, mate! I don't think I'm really enjoying this whole, like, biblically accurate VeggieTales bullshit going on here. That is fucking haunting. And we can jump on the corpse. At least the face of it. Cool! Just a regular poppin' trip to the shops. Does explain why Mam was so heartbroken at dropping the soup, because... Oh, we've got to go around this way. Because apparently we're going to go to the Valley of the fucking Jedi if we want to get soup. Like, I like soup as much as the next person, but I don't think it's worth it. I'm gonna say it. It's too quiet. Trusty freshies. Is it trusty freshies? Oh yeah, I thought it said trusty fleshies for a second there, and I was like, wait a second. The ghouls were very, very specific. Don't trust the fleshies. Here we go.
Get away from me, kid, I'm busy. Could decide which kind of iron brew to buy. Leave me alone, kid. Soup. I can't find the soup. Final weekend sale. Everything's off. No, seriously, it's all very, very off. It's a bad time. I'm not paying for this soup. You know what, Flameador will get, and that's actually a really good idea. Never trust anything that describes itself as fleshy. You're right, it is the biggest of red flags. It's also a flag that is itself made of meat. But this guy's a barrel of laughs. The flame, that right. Oh no. Oh no. The bright heart of the one who abandoned. Oh, it's impossible. It can't. The bright darkness. Oh no. J-Post, never has the word in been so important in a sentence. Meat flag, the next cosmetic in the Sea of Thieves. Be our bloody luck, wouldn't it? It's interesting that, like, the kind of, like, 80s melancholy vibe to the music gives it this... I don't know. Combined with the retro aesthetic, it's blending real nicely. I don't know. I kind of went on a bit of a like super retro film kicker not too long ago. Alright, so how do we get into Bloody Castle? Like, how cheeky is this game? Is it going to make us like jump off of trees and shit? By the looks of things, we can't get into castle just yet. Oh, okay. To get milk, we've got to go around the other way. So from here, I guess we've got to head that way towards. I guess that's meatballs. The meatballs is people. Oh, to God Beardman, what her friends? Yeah, God Beardman, thank you. It has that, like, OG John Carpenter vibe. Better get me meat shotgun out. Alright, here's the giant Chessex. Ah, crap, it's a bull miming being a bike? God damn it! Mimetaur. Oh god, it's a Mimetaur. Feck you, game. Feck you! Mimetaur. I look in your bovine face and I judge thee! Feckin' Mimetaur. Alright, so we're on the sort of right path. We've got to hang a left from here. That's up there with Deucer in puns that will hurt me for a long time. Oh, wow. Apparently we're going back to the club. Unfortunately, we can't throw ourselves into the void. Which is frankly shenanigans. Oh man, more Mimetaurs. They're miming riding motorbikes. They're
Okay, so sorry. I'm getting a little bit too into this game, so we'll swap over to one of the other titles in just a second. But the thing that's worth taking in so far is that... Oh, feck you! What is he attacking me with? Ah! I just think I got inappropriately destroyed by... Yeah. I don't think Mr. Twitch saw it, but I think we just got bludgeoned to death, friends. Like, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, we got punched to death. The question is what was doing the punching? I want to fight the Minotaur again. Oh, he's still dead. You know what? Yes, let's go with that. It was definitely the left fist that was punching us. Oh, I actually got to open F4 on this one. But no, because apparently I can't talk and play that at the same time. The interesting thing about that is it's pure aesthetic. Like, one weapon, very simple graphics, very simple models, all like in service of an aesthetic. And it's amazing how there was no confusion about what we had to do. Soup's gone. Let's make better soup. Let's remake the soup. And yes, of course we have like slashing arms and feckin' a meat shotgun. Of course we do. That's just the logic of that world, right? Excuse me. I think a slug of tea. Might have screamed a little bit much when we were playing That Boils My Piss. Okay, and Spirit's Mirror is the last one I've got downloaded. So let's have a little trundle around that. And then, who knows? Because I really, really wanted to have a look at Spirit Mirror. So I guess this is for me.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Howdy again.
God. Caffeine was right. It is 40. It's 48 months next month. Heck me running. The Dreamer, thank you kindly for the full 47. How are you doing? We are playing through the spree of itch.io games we picked up today. We're not playing through all of them, but I picked a handful of the ones that are really interesting. If you'd like to see all the games that we picked up, the team over at Red Nexus gave us a huge budget to spend on indie games, and this was what we grabbed. I mean, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, feel free to suggest a title. We have already picked our 20. It was a hard-fought battle. But next up... Fishing. Aw, little frog doing some fishing stuff. Shit, you don't want to follow that. Thing is, that Fluffy Adorable Kitten, if you'd been with us earlier, that could have been a contender. We did end up getting one frog-themed game, but it's probably going to cause a large amount of existential worry. Sorry, do you mean the occult files, the occult case files? Or are we talking about, what was the other one? Building 71. Okay. Hey, Fluffy, I'm just letting you know that your selection is good. It's a strong contender. But now, going to bust out some more. So this next game is called Spirit's Mirror Digital Possessed. And this was one I really wanted to have a crack at. I did a bit of a cheeky executive decision on this one. No. And I'm sure you can see already, friends, why this was one I really wanted to focus on, because it's surreal, but it's not abrasive. God, I love HIO. Hello, Mr. Door. Oh. Turning on the lights as we trundle around. If the waiter comes by, does anyone want me to pick him up anything? I'm probably just going to get like I mean, it's a little early in the day for me to start drinking. I could do a gin, I guess. Me and gin, we always get on. Root beer, full English, and Dylan's right. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's here even. Oh. The thing that struck me when I saw the trailer for this, when we were doing our little scrape through today, was that it has that... I'm still trying to find a way to summarize my feelings. It's like the cozy threatening. You know, I've been watching a lot of Bee and Puppycat and new stuff on Netflix. And the thing that strikes me is that it is a world that is soft and kind of pastel, but there is no danger the amount of threats our people are in. Ooh. Now, friends, do you know where Carmen Sandiego is? Are they nailed to this crossbeam? Oh, this is fascinating. It's that thing that it puts you in that mindset of you're never quite sure if you're safe or not. Like everything's soft and pastel-y and sweet. Aww. You know what, Prolo? That's a feckin' banger right there. Well done. Ah. So there's a door. That's where we've got to go. But here's a secret that only we know. Question, how long's it been since we've boiled some piss? I don't like that there's a blob behind us. Everything's... Oh, God! Well, I'm not drunk enough for this. Onward! Excuse me. You see what I mean about kind of like the cute but threatening? Like, in a regard,
the tables are upside down and shit's spooky, but it's not quite threatening yet. Wait. Excuse me, do any of you speak backwards? Crux is like, cool, I go away and come back to whatever the feckin' hell this is. Welcome to the mirror world. Now, obviously I speak backwards, but I don't want to spoil the translation for you all, obviously. But yeah, I need to find a good term for the, like, cute but threatening aesthetic. Like the, you're never quite sure. What's up, tiny wizard? Going up is falling down. To pull the sword and claim this crown. Tomorrow's partners never end. Then melt to castles made in sand. If meat and cheese I bring to thee, answer me these riddles three. Use both hands. We are in a 2-gem scenario. Repeat. A 2-gem scenario. Yeah, we super just got no time to explain. Every day I'll come to the market and there's nothing left to buy. My pockets are lined with gems and gold. My rivers run over dry. My stomach's real bread empty. I found no cheese in store and my jewels. I can't even remember a bone. We need to hear a lot less about your jewels. Well, apparently you'll have to wait. Table service, while valid, is not serving. God Beardman says the aesthetic reminds me of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. I don't know. Because the thing is, it's not so surrealist as to be threatening. It's surrealist in a way that doesn't... It has its own logic, certainly. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared aims to be unsettling, disjointed, strange. This is... It's cute, but at any point we could get stabbed. There was no lady that lived on a shoe. Without her poor shoe, she really was a mess. I have some quick shoes in my stand just for you. They cost 20 coin, no less. Okay, I thought we were going to do like a little old lady who lives in a what the fuck, but apparently we actually do need 20 coins to buy some shoes. And that's where this is succeeding. It feels like it has its own internal logic. This world makes sense, just not to us yet. The real curse of the witch is a barren womb. So she creates to fill the void. Good witch mother others, bad witch curse them. Which witch are you? No more pond water for you, friend. We need 2 more of the 4 gems. These wizards are doing some weird wizardy shit, so let's leave them alone. Secret Robert says it's meant to be disarming. See, I guess that's why I don't want to draw the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared comparisons, because this isn't disarming. This is kind of fascinating in the sense that it's so off-kilter. Like, you know you're in a place you're probably not supposed to, but that place makes a weird sense. Alright, so we're gonna find one more gem around here somewhere. Super, do not trust that. That's gonna melt me like a feckin'
unmeltable thing. Alright, so we've got all parts of the gemsness. They come from here or there to see the horses race. They gamble on the winners, on who take first place. But if a beef should stumble and break its noble leg, you'd say that they did their duty. At least they didn't beg. Well, you're just a fucking bundle of sunshine, aren't you, mate? Jesus. Who pooped in your gruel? Who peeped in your whatever it is that peasants eat? Oh, so those are the horses. Of course they are. Of course I am. It feels like how the citizens of Dark Souls see the world. Does that make a weird sense? Like, this feels like how those people whose minds have melted from years of repeated extension of life with no breath or break, like the madness that they've descended into. Yeah, who boiled your piss? It was us, we boiled the piss. We didn't start the fire, but we certainly boiled the piss. Is that the market up that way? I didn't expect there to be this much exploration, like, there's a whole ass world to this. This is fascinating. Like, I know at some point, friends, I've got to bring our adventures to a close, but I don't wanna. We went down that way, so this way leads to the upper market, which we got here the long way around. Okay, but we do need to keep heading around because we've got enough to open the stuff and things. I want to say, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, I've been really enjoying Black Skylands. I'm giving it a breather so I don't burn out, but this is Sideways Mirror, Dustin. That's new. That's the mirror world. Let's get mirror with it. I don't like it. I want to go back. So that's the eerie music is designed to be something that's played both forwards and backwards. That's fucking fascinating. Alright, well we've got the gems. I want to open up the gem place. Out of the way! Apparently horses. But it's definitely doing a few things messing with our perspective of like what's going down. Right, where's that big bloody door? Where's he gone? I can't believe you've done this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Like, Ni no Kuni is definitely something special. Okay, I can feel myself getting pulled into this, so I'm gonna back on out of this. For Will loses his marbles. I need some of those marbles. Oh, what a fucking fascinating day. Sorry, Dylan was saying that Ni no Kuni's been on their list for ages, but they only just beat Final Fantasy X, so yeah, there's a bit of a backlog. Oh. Yeah, I know the little boats of Farewell and Froggy Part are going to make me cry, and I don't want to cry today. I have too many feelings. So I think this is a good place to bring our adventures to a close, friends. You know, just a casual 5.5 hour stream. I often forget that it's, for us, 5 hours is a short stream, and for most people, that's like a fucking undertaking. So, what a fucking good day. No vampire lesbians? You can vampire lesbians on your own time. Mr. Twitch currently... Alright, Mr. Twitch doesn't know we exist, but... Binary Solo Games, this was a great stream. I'm sorry we didn't get to your title specifically, but... sorry, yeah, you can tell I'm flagging, dear friends. Right! So, first things first. Once again, friends, Red Nexus Game put up, like, what, $400 for us to spend on HIO games today. That's feckin' cool, and I cannot say thank you enough for that. Like, I like to talk a very big game about being able to help indies, and I will, as I said, you'll ever need my knowledge, my wisdom, you've got it. I love doing this, and I feckin' love being here. You know, the long shit keep me alive, so feckin' yo. But it is lovely to be able to have the backing of cool friends to be able to just directly get stuck in. Hey, Binary, yours is actually, I'm a little bit scared of it. Not like fear, but like Hatsune Saku looks fascinating. And I'm besotted with OG handhelds. The classic Game Boy was the first console that I ever properly owned because I lied and told my parental unit that it wasn't a games console, it was a toy. It took them about a week and change to work out that I had lied through my teeth. And the game itself is absolutely fascinating in terms of like the depths and art style, considering the limited like development time and capacity. So feckin' yo. And the reason I'm scared of it is I think if I start playing it, I'm going to ignore all of you lot and just start drooling softly from one side of my mouth. Hey, a cool game of Toys R Us said it was a toy, not a games console. And my first rodeo. God. I weirdly missed Toys R Us. Okay, no, I missed the childlike experience of just being surrounded by more Transformers than my child mind could comprehend, and a game section. That's actually where I got a copy of Terminator Future Shock and Skynet, was from a Toys R Us. Never saw it on sale anywhere else. Hey, Immortal N, you don't need to thank me. Again, it was Dylan, it was, you know, that is the Peglin money coming back around. That is Red Nexus Games putting their cash directly on the table to help other indies. So feckin' yeah. May it... I don't know. May it be the thing that inspires you to make your next game. But yes. Just to, I guess to Binary Solo, because a lot of you I know very well. If I can ever help, just ask. Like, I will not be charging anyone $800 a month to hang out in the Discord and ask me questions about games. If it ends up being a lot of work, then we can talk. But no, I'm so fucking happy that we got to be the focusing crystal today. I really am. Right! And on that note, friendos, I need to say a lot of additional thank yous. Because on top of everything else that has gone in today, you're launched feckin' hype trains and nonsense. Oh, I would charge Mr. Konami up through the feckin' nose, Sadlin. You know that. but that's because he still needs to explain his nonsense from a few titles. But then again, like if Mr. Konami comes knocking around, he can pay with that Pachinko money. Sorry, Space Dub, you're not the right tune, and I am losing my noodles. So, alongside with our wonderful sponsors today, I also want to say thank you to all of you in Longship for bits and hype trains and subs and the whole shebang. It is literally what keeps me going. Like, it is what keeps a roof over my fucking head. So, like, all of you, seriously, thank you. Also, a bunch of you were picking up the Serious Sam bundle on Humble, so yeah. If apparently you don't have enough of the video games, you can get 17 Serious Sam games for like $20. But no, seriously, I would like to thank the following people. There we go. Sorry, I thought I was going to have to yell at the credits again. As I've said several times before, like, bits are still the very biggest thing that keeps us going. Like, bits and direct donations. So sincerely, thank you. Specifically today, I would like to thank Edelman, Vanderbeest, Favor6, Akira Zero, Megaboss, Fearless Sun, Bacon Avenger, Wolfcrat, and J Post, alongside Catastros, Thrame, feckin' legends. All of you, thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine Rhymes Moose and Lizzie T Pow, and for followers we had Rokri, Binary Solo Games, your 2009 Ale Calendar, and Carl. Again, I hope we get to hang out and chat with all of your good selves in the future. Those that resubbed and were hunted by House Carl! I would like to thank Dylan. It's butchering it because Dylan. I'd like to thank Dylan and Mayan, Midnight Sky, Jesus, Angel Kalina, Jester, Link of Origin, Little Memento Mori, Tall Talon, Pigeon Gaming Official, Net Battler, Blargle Rage Quit, AR Averick, Crux, MDH Rights, Bus Driver Curtit, Chess and Ink, and The Dreamer, you fecking legends, and to both Aperios Unlimited and Dead Idiot Gaming. Thank you kindly for your fecking subs. Subs? For your raids! Thank you for coming to join us on this wonderfully ridiculous of days. Right, we got stuck into it. You know what? There's some friendos who are currently having an Animal Crossing tea party. That sounds feckin' lovely. Because you see, the thing is, now all my piss is boiled. I'm a pissless individual. I'm calm as Hindu cows. I am zen. But no, seriously, thank you all for an absolutely feckin' wonderful day. Thank you to Red Nexus Games. I'm going to keep saying thank you, because you'll put your cash where your heart is, and that's feckin' cool. Obviously not physically, do not use the chest cavity as a place to store your finances. But no, seriously, this has been a feckin' lovely day for all of you. So I'm going to pass you to a Matcha Cryptid, as they are currently setting up for their cutie patootie tea party in Animal Crossing. Tomorrow is another fresh indie game. We have No Place for Bravery tomorrow. And that was one of the best combat systems to come out of PAX, so do stop on by. And we can talk about whatever new gaming drama pops up tomorrow, because apparently this week is where everyone just airs their dirty laundry. Now I want the next one. I want those jazzy boys. And then, of course, Friday, Sea of Thieves, and Saturday, we're returning to Galahad. Now, Blight of the Immortals players, be ready! Tomorrow during Wafflemancy, we are setting up. I mean it this time. I mean it. I'll put out a reminder in Arcade later. But yeah, from me, that's the day. Have a lovely rest of your evening. All hail the great indie games.